Ladies and gentlemen, hope we're all doing well. Welcome back to the COD Ireland Twitch channel, where we are continuing the week 1 broadcast. We had our opening night last night, or not last night, Monday. My God, heads away with it. But we had our opening night on Monday, and we're having our night tonight. Little night on Thursday, little streaming night, and Thursday is going to be the streaming night. So for every week of the Call of Duty COD Ireland Group Stage Season 1, it'll be brought to you on a Thursday with 3 games. Is my camera a little off center? Am I just noticing that, or am I going crazy? Guys, you can let me know. Have I finally lost the plot? Let me know down in, I said the comments, but in the chat. But folks, how are we doing? Before we get into things, I'll let you know, I haven't put it in the title, but get it out of the way in case people start complaining or wondering why I'm responding to things late, thinking, Zep, you're a horrible human being and you should jump in a place where it game ends you. We are running on a 60-second delay in order to protect the competitive integrity of these games. So if you see me responding to things late, it's not ignored. I'm either in-game busy yapping myself, or it's, you know, it's 60 seconds, you know, it takes a while. But folks, I'm really glad that you've all decided to come out here. I can see we're already sitting at around 42 viewers if the numbers are not mistaken here on my end, and I have to say we do have a fantastic evening of Call of Duty ahead. And we're not going to spend too much time messing about, right? We are going to get into showing you the map and mode, showing you the preview, and then ultimately getting in to tonight's affairs in regards to the games, which we are beginning game number 1, LA Robbers, which you've seen yesterday against Young Bubbly Boyos. And already the divisions are shaping out pretty nicely, which I have a graphic to show you now over to show how a few of these divisions have been going. Thank you very much to the follows, by the way, that are coming in. Mezkill has just followed. Thank you very, very much for that. Really do appreciate it. I'm thanking you a minute later for you, of course. But folks, I'm working on these graphics, are going to be ready to be posted on our socials every single Sunday. They're not quite finished yet, but I'm going to use them right here, right now, to give you a little sneak peek as to how things are currently looking when it comes to the league and how these divisions are shaping up. Without further ado, let's get a quick little look. All right, folks, I hope you can hear me. I hope I've actually set up all these graphics correct. I believe I have, but if I haven't, really sorry. We're only going to be here for a second. But folks, these are how the divisions are shaping up. Now, be warned, there might be more games played since these graphics were done, and they're not all entirely representative in terms of what counts for what score. This is purely a very, very base level representation, but this graphic was done this morning, so it was based off last night's results. I know there's certain teams that haven't played, teams that are probably playing today, but this is to show you how we're looking so far. Groups already shaping up nicely, and of course we do have LA Robbers playing, who we did see decimate yesterday, playing up against the Young Bubbly Boyos, who do not have a win currently under their belt, but will be looking to change that up tonight. That will be the goal. And if I can bring myself around here to get switched over, we have Group A, which you can see, I'll bring that down slightly. As you can see, this was put together incredibly last minute to show you guys what's happening over in the Group A of Division 2. You got G Splitters, KP's Minions, and C4 Esports being that top 3 sort of domineering positions over that division. Meanwhile, Nuggetland, Petty Squad, and GFC currently safe. But again, you don't want to really read too much into these. It's very early days yet. Just showing you a little bit of what we're going to be able to put together for these leagues in regards to showing you what's happening. And then of course later on this evening, our next 2 games are going to be Division 1 games. So let's have a quick look at what's happening over in that Division 1 Group B, which we are not covering tonight. However, there is going to be, I believe, a big game happening tonight between Belfast Storm and Fresh Milk. Unfortunately, we weren't able to get that covered, but you can see how again that's shaping up. Belfast Orglis Red Hots off to a red hot start alongside Last Hope, but Last Hope having it be a little bit closer, playing 2-1-1 and lost 1, but ultimately 3 points on the board, getting through their games. Teams are still at play. Teams will play tonight. They'll play through the rest of the week. Again, folks, it's a very, very loose look at what's happening. And then lastly, you have Group A, which we are covering 2 games of tonight, which I am sure means this is going to change greatly. But you have Flux sitting on top. You have Bilious Funding sitting on top, which is one of the games we're covering today. So first loss going to be picked up for one of those sides. And then our next game, or the game before that, should I say, only the Greatest, I believe, are playing. Are they? No, sorry, it's. Am I mixing it up? I think I've mixed it up. I think Bilious Funding is playing Only the Greatest, and Lucan Lions are playing Flux, if I've remembered correctly. You would think I would remember correctly, seeing I put the graphic myself together less than 2 hours ago, but yep, that is where we are. And folks, that's how the groups are looking. Let me know what you think of the groups. Who are your favorites for each group? I've seen OG Mamba going in there and place a bet in them 100%. Think C4 will do it, and they very well could. Might be on to something there without a shadow of a doubt. Right. Give me code in 2 minutes, letting the boys know in regards to the game that is about to go on that we are well on our way to getting prepped, getting ready, and I'm going to take a swig of my coffee. Because I need a swig of my coffee. Yeah. That's all the explanation you deserve, folks. But you know what you deserve right now is to take a look at the maps and modes we're going to be playing this evening. Let's get into it. Game number 1. This is what we are going to be seeing. Map number 1 on our way over to Vault. Seemingly a fan favorite so far. Already seeing that crop up quite a lot throughout the entirety of the COD Ireland League. Seems to be the go-to. Very much a popular map number 1. And hardpoint in this map, it's one of those maps where the spawns really do matter. There's a mix of gunfights, long range and short range. It's very much one of those maps that's an all-rounder. Maybe as players get a little more comfortable in learning the game, they won't mind picking other maps, but it's a popular map for now because you can do a little bit of everything there. And speaking of popular maps, when we move on to map number 2, we will be faced with an S&D on Skyline, which, again, one of those maps where you can do everything on it. It's a little bit harder for a sub to get into an advantageous position off the rip, but once a game starts to flow a little bit and those ARs start dropping and you find yourselves in those 2v2, 2v3 scenarios, all of a sudden the subs have free reign to really interweave themselves around the map and just cause some real damage. And we'll have to see if a team will be able to output such damage when we get to that stage. And when we make it to Control, we are going to be returning from our trip to Skyline, going back to the Vault. Of course, Control on this map playing quite differently compared to the hardpoint. However, I think a lot of the same things still stand true. The AR presence over towards that B side is going to be incredibly important. But meanwhile, how the subs can get that control of mid and just dominate through the center of the map to allow the team's ability to rotate is going to be crucial in terms of both those attacks and defenses. But of course, the ARs will control the wide areas. And if we make it this far, folks, we've packed our bags. We've decided once again, I think we'd like to revisit Skyline, but now we'll have it for a cheeky little respawn in Skyline Hardpoint. It is hectic. Take it from a man who less than 2 hours ago had a game of Hardpoint on this map on ranked play and absolutely slayed out. Cost by my team, of course. Isn't that always the way? Oh, but folks, this map really intense for Hardpoint. You do not have a second to breathe. The spawns are crucial. The hill presence is crucial. Pushing out on the lanes is crucial, but only to a certain extent, is to not get rid of those spawns. Truly is a map where you need to be on your toes. And then if we do go all the way, we for some reason just lost the mortgage on Skyline the second time round of deciding we wanted to buy the place, and we're just returning to the beautiful old Vault this time for no respawn, for search and destroy. And folks, it'll all be on the line when we reach this point. If it does get to this far, will pressure make diamonds? Will anyone crumble? We will find out. And ladies and gentlemen, as you have just seen, those are your maps, those are your modes for game 1 of the COD Ireland festivities that we're bringing you tonight of this week 1 of the league, folks. We're going to be getting into this game in just a couple of moments. We'll get into the lobby, get prepped on our end, and until then, make sure you do not go anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we are getting into this one. Map number 1. Making our way over to a vault hardpoint. Best of luck to both of these teams as we get ready on this map, loading in who's going to come out on top, folks. Let us know in the chat who you think's got it. 70 people watching at the moment. Show some hype for the boyos about to get it going. Best of luck once again, both of them, as here we go. Map number 1, starting on board with Hutchie134. Gonna be pushing off quick. Trying to get towards this point. Getting into some early engagements here. Again, playing the life, and it is, I believe, Nutty who got a kill, and then Sean, of course, the COD deciding to bug just a little bit for us again. But young bubbly boyos answering back, couple of kills of their own. And LA Robbers on this point now, currently having control. Tackles picking up 1. I'm going to go on board with Tacos here. Trying to get round onto the point. Caught a little bit unawares there, it seems, of who was where, but managed to pick that one up at the end, and Nutty going for that sort of springboard up high to see what's what, and now they'll be thinking of spawns to try and get over towards this P2, but as you can see, Charlie has that all locked up. But Alan, or I believe Alan, actually not Alan, it's someone at the back whose name is bugged. Nutty, there we go. Nutty, I knew something was bugged for me there. Managed to get around the back, but can't get the kill. Massive moment there, not going in their favor, and the only solace I think now for LA Robbers is that they have a little bit extra time, granted barely any, but they do have the spawns as well, can control this push, just need to make it count with the time. Nutty's on the point, but Charlie is going to be the thorn in the side here. Just holding the angles, it gets taken out eventually by the nade. The team nade coming in there as well, you hate to see it, but Sean now getting on point, and you know, young bubbly boys now have a good chance for a push though as they get through. As you can see, they're moving down the side, but LA Robbers has done a great job of holding these spawns. Was looking dangerous at one point, but they're standing in, surviving, and ultimately getting the time, and Nutty on that time as well already. The player with slightly less kills, making it count where it does count in hardpoint on that time. And now Nutty holding that scrap as the rotations come through. Big moment coming up for Alan as he tries to get round the side of P3. Hasn't gotten the kill yet, knows where to get it though. He gets one, but he's in huge trouble. The teammates have come to help and done so quick. And Garlisa's now being able to hold this kind of outside. It's very much a standoff on this street. But maybe Nutty once again can sneak in. Nutty been trying to go for all those angles. It doesn't work out. These young bubbly boys have the chance to push. Big kill that goes in the favor of, I believe, Sean, who's the bug number here. And a lot of these plays, it's just coming down to a single kill being the difference, but ultimately it's LA Robbers reaping the rewards of these scenarios. And Tacos trying to get the kill, eventually getting taken out. And Nutty again hasn't really picked up the kill yet, but is holding a nice angle. But the rotations towards this next point are absolutely vital, and they're not on it. And a big kill coming in as well. Alan's hold down the line, Sean picking up one as well. And folks, this could be an immaculate hold that really sees LA Robbers extend their lead. There's Nutty here trying to pick up one though, doesn't. And now young bubbly boys, they've picked up a couple of 2 pieces at times, but they can never get the job done. These pushes are never coming through, but Taco's in a good position to get one. He's gonna come back around the corner, play their life just a little bit. Good strategy. Sean though with a huge 2. Or I believe it was Alan actually, because this also bugs the kill feed. Apologies for this, folks. Codcasters in some state right now, but we work with what we can. And speaking of a player doing so, you have young bubbly boys, the side of them. You look at Charlie, 13 and 7 at the moment, not getting any time, but trying to clear away for his side, where they just aren't picking up those numbers enough, folks. Whether we can trust this little score feed we're seeing or not is up for debate, but you can see it is Charlie picking up those numbers for young bubbly boys, only matched by Sean and Alan on the other side. But now young bubbly boys, big wave of kills there, sets them up for P1. Are they warm now? They've got the first set of rotations out of the way. Can they continue on? And Sean, or Alan, God, Alan, nutty, God. Huge kills. It's so hard to know. You look, you react to what you see in the screen, you think that's who it is, but no, it's someone else. It's a game of who's who here, but ultimately, who's in charge? It's LA Robbers who are managing to get in this time, and young bubbly boyos just about having enough to break to where they're going to be able to sit on this scrap, but now it will be about the rotations over to the next point again, and you talk about a team who's been dictating the map control. It is very much the side of LA Robbers who are having this game go the way that they wanted to through the holding of spawns and pushing the right areas at the right times and getting kills like that, guaranteeing you the back off a push. Now leaving it up to Garlitos to try and push through with his teammates close and support behind, but they are miles away from the point, being held down by, I believe it was Hutchie up there to get a nice 2. And maybe someone snuck through. Never mind. Hutchie's watching. 16 and 14 and continuing here on a little bit of a hot streak. And as far as this game is concerned, getting a little bit unfortunate timing there as Garlitos has got round the side, and now a huge 3 for young bubbly boyos. But it is still, it's Nutty that's still up and has a bit of time on hill. The time now being shared with Alan, but is going to go in for that push, and took a little longer than they would have wanted, but they get the kill. Now the rotations are coming over. And Garlitos is picking up 1 there. And again, young bubbly boyos, they're doing a good job of getting themselves in those initial strong positions. But ultimately, it's coming down to those gunfights. They are just never on the better end of a gunfight. And even if they get a 3 down in terms of making it count on time, it's been quite rare for them. But they're going to try and do so now as they do have the point. But as you'll see on your map, you do have Hutchie getting round the back to play spawns for you and get a key point to hold this hill. And just like that, you're seeing kills come in that will completely break the long-term hold. But credit to them, they're holding now through mid. Doing a good job of that here, and they are going to be able to hold this time, but the question is about New, and if LA Robbers get a clean 60 on New, that's over the 200 point mark, and that is young bubbly boyos in big trouble. So great job at holding this hill. It's time for them to get rotated around and actually start controlling the play of this game. But just like that, a 4 down, they're gonna spawn on the wrong side. They're not on that old time. And this game, this map, quickly running away from the side of young bubbly boyos who've put up a fair effort. But they're just not getting the important kills where they need them. I feel like I've repeated myself a number of times in that, but it has to be said. They are not getting those all-important kills. And just like that, to be fair, not real RJ getting in there, getting a kill, but quickly getting traded out. And just like that, it's going to need to be another push. You see they're kind of split across and they're just getting picked off one by one. Nice kill coming in though for Garlitos, who again has had a bit more of the important moments in regards to kills, but needs to push in and check the right side. That trophy is going to make it a tough job. Huge kill around the back and gets it. Does he know where to chal now? Though he doesn't. He gets taken out. And I believe Hutchie134 was on a 6 streak. Whether or not he's gotten streaks from that, we can go and have a little look and see. We also have Alan 25 and 14, and you also just look at the story of these KDs now. They are beginning to flip. Nutty lacking a little bit, but for the rest of them, they're looking really, really strong KD wise and making it count out there. You can tell not just the kills, they're not just getting them, they're important. Take a shot for every time I reference important kills in this map, because it's going to start becoming a danger for your health. And Hutchie picking up another who's just been really controlling and dominant with that AR. Again, talking about how important the rotations have been and the map control have been for LA Robbers. So many times Hutchie has found himself in those positions where he's just wrapping around the map and constantly pushing young bubbly boyos out into the wrong places and getting the kills in doing that. And then of course when you have a player like Alan who's just able to slay out with the AR as well. This really has been a case of AR dominance, right? I mean, you have Sean, credit to him, not far behind, playing with that Jackal, but high kills, low deaths, and especially on the side of Alan, over a minute in hill as well. But Hutchie managed to go on streaks as well. You're having a team who's rotating really well and really understands their job together as a unit, which is what's proving to be the massive difference here. And with young bubbly boyos, you wonder whether it's a case of that they're just cold, they're not fully warmed up yet. I believe LA Robbers might have played one prior to this series, so they're pretty locked in. And you can tell, they have it down to a T, it's working for them tonight. But young bubbly boyos, they've given themselves a chance here. They rotate well, they don't have spawns, but they can give themselves a chance to get the kills. And then you just have exactly what we're seeing on the feed, a 3-2 split that ends up being a 4-2 split, where After all the hard work of getting up, LA Robbers within 10 seconds have it broken, have it through, have gotten spawns, but then even moments like this as well, young bubbly boys, they get in and they get a couple. That's 3 gone. They should be able to get in on the point. But then you have Sean with a big 2. They're going to be able to hold from front, but barely. And you look at where Hutchie spawned now, you get a split that ultimately works for LA Robbers getting back in and probably going to be able to hold that scrap now anyway. So, again, they've just been unfortunate. They never get the job finished in this game, young bubbly boys. They haven't been able to do it in this map, which is really unfortunate for them because we're seeing a lot of moments as well where they can present damage. But the control, has to be said, completely the side of LA Robbers here as they pick up another 3, 230 to 116. They're looking strong and they're looking to get pushed through to get this one finished. A very strong map from LA Robbers, but again, young bubbly boys rotated first, and I think LA Robbers are just in the position now where they realize they don't even need to get rotated first a lot of the times because they're so confident in their ability to be able to break through. Now that won't be the same for every game in this series, so they'll have to remember to rein that in going through the rest of the games and go back to route 1 in terms of how you play. But again, I'm going to bring up the rolls for LA Robbers here. Nutty nearly 2 minutes in Hill as well. Lacking on the kills, making up for it in the hard time in comparison to the rest of his team, which is such an important role. It can't be understated. The last thing you want to do when it's not going your way is to be chasing those kills. And now this game kind of reaching that end point. Only 48 seconds left. 2-3-6 versus 1-3-4. The rotations completely in for the side of LA Robbers. As you can see, Charlie's trying to get round the back, but you have 2 in the point. Blue trying to get round. It is all up to Charlie here really at this point in terms of how he gets in, so let's go on board with Charlie and see what he's doing. He picks up the 1, or I believe he helped with 1 anyway, and he got the 2. The break coming in, huge kill and a lifeline, but doesn't check the right corner, but the teammates help. 247 to 138, a lifeline extended to the side of young bubbly boyos. Maybe too little too late, but will make the scoreline respectable at least as they now get round the back, hold the point, and give themselves a fighting chance at least. But Charlie needs to stay up at this point. He's been massive in getting through this break, but they lose it down the bottom, and just like that, LA Robbers come away with the win. 250 to 148 on that map 1. 250 to 148 on map 1. That LA Robbers side was looking strong. I really do have to say it, folks. 250. Make sure I said it right because I'm actually putting in the graphic and I'm afraid I'll forget it. But 250 to 148. I believe I remembered that correctly. And you go see Sean just going in, dancing around the point, being difficult. And that's kind of what you want to do as a sub as well, who I believe actually had a 40 at the end. How did I miss that at the very end? Sean with the 40. Everyone popping off. It was Hutchie and Allen for the longest time, but Sean seemingly really starting to smell blood at a certain point there. What a performance from him. And ladies and gents, map number 1 done. And folks, apologies if the audio gets weird in regards to the music. We've had an audio bug, but I can still play the music through for you. I just have to do a bit more manual adjustment. So folks, good map 1 for LA Robbers. Happy with how they played, I'm sure. So folks, don't go anywhere. Map 1 just done. We're going to be back for map 2 in literally just a moment or so. Ladies and gents, map number 2 about to get underway. We're moving over to the beautiful, scenic, stupendous, filled with money skyline for the non-respawn mode of search and destroy. Who's going to be able to come up on top here? We will soon find out. As LA Robbers have taken that map 1, they will be looking to do damage on map 2. Best of luck to both of these teams, ladies and gents, as here we go. We're going to start on board with the follow through. LA Robbers trying to get themselves straight through, going for the aggression. It lags a bit, but we pursue as Nutty gets a nutty 3-piece, I believe. My word. And folks, apologies if we're having a little bit of hitching here. Not too sure what is causing that. But absolutely plowing through, which has left Garlitis in a tough position, and ultimately one that he's not going to be victorious in. LA Robbers taking that first round. And folks, we do love seeing the play. I'm going to make sure my graphics are okay here, folks, just to make sure that nothing is going too wrong. Everything should be fine. I wouldn't know why it's hitching. Apologies for that hitching, folks. I beg for your forgiveness. But ladies and gentlemen, LA Robbers getting a nice round 1. Gonna look to continue this with round 2 now in that defense, as we will go on board with Nutty. And Nutty kind of holding the line, but Hutchie getting right into it with 2 people up top, managing to stay up, and the first kill coming in for Sean, nearly the second, but Taco's answering back. And now a 3v3 tit for tat on the kills. Taco with the 2. Need to try and push through, but Nutty just holding the angles. LA Robbers playing incredibly patient on this defense. And it's actually Hutchie who are picking up those kills, apologies, who's now on apparently a 5 streak, but only has 4 kills. But you see the bottom right. Bottom right is always right, is what I will say to folks who maybe aren't sure. And Hutchie trying to make sure to stay alive, maybe try to play for the streaks at this point. 2v3, they're in a good position. You can see in the map where they are holding. It's now going to be not the real RG moving up onto site, and the information is there for Nutty. Big spot. And now the plant's going to have to come in. You can see the way they're encircling around the site. They know what's happening. Have I missed a gunfight here? Not real. Got pushed through quickly, but Nutty with the nade at the feet, and now Charlie's in trouble. And LA Robbers take round number 2 in what was a far slower paced affair, but once again favoring the side of LA Robbers. As Hutchie just continuing with the pre-fire. Charlie came up, but no cigar. And LA Robbers coming away with another round. And if you're young bubbly boys, you want to try and stop this momentum, and you want to stop it soon, as we have the shush coming in from Hutchie, who's on that 7 streak, can practically smell the hellstorm. Going to be wanting to try and get that as he's picking up a position. We are in Hutchie Cam at the moment, currently flawless, looking to continue to A technically, haha, very funny. But meanwhile, we go around the side. It's going to be not the real RJ challenging him and doing it in vain. Another kill. The flawless machine is now going to check up top, get the best timing known to man to make it a 9 streak on for the merciless in the search and destroy. Sean picking up another. All of a sudden, Garlitis, the last alive again, gets 2 great kills and ultimately gets taken out. And if I didn't actually see who took him out, but if I had to place money on who did it, I would hazard a guess it was Hutchie. Absolutely, who's now on that merciless. Great 2 kills from Garlitis, who, you know, multiple times has been a player who's really been pulling it up in some moments for his side, but it hasn't been enough. The team has not been getting those kills together. And now LA Robbers, a team that's looking increasingly strong, not just in this game, not just in this series, but in the division as a whole. Really having a great game. And I mean, sorry folks, I don't want it to be Hutchie Cam, but the man's on a merciless here. We got to keep this going. We need to see where he's going. Highlight reels are just made of this man. We're looking to snip 3 minutes, it'll just be him. As he's just waiting for that flank again. They're really patient on the defense, but Sean's trying to get up and get Mixie, and through a lot of help from Hutchie, shocker, they managed to get a couple of kills, and they're playing off each other so well as well. I think Search and Destroy seems to be their bread and butter, as it's now up to Tacos, roaming around, picking up one. They now have the position. Don't Chal Hutchie. Don't do it. Anyone else, just get out of there. Good play. Getting through. Will he get spotted though? Has he been spotted by Alan? He hasn't been, and Tacos gets another. Maybe not the best choice. I swapped away from that, but taken out eventually. And I believe Alan actually took out Hutchie, if I'm not mistaken. So I think we've had that flawless streak broken, and it's now Alan who's picked up that one. I'm going to turn up the audio ever so slightly for you guys, folks. Apologies if it was a little low. It's sometimes hard to tell. Let me know again, folks, in the chat. What are you thinking? Are you liking the volumes? Do you think I should be up on volumes of anything? Are you happy with the layout of stuff? Do let me know. Always happy to hear the feedback. But folks, on to round number 5, and young bubbly boys can't even buy a round at the moment, as we are going to go on board with Sean, who's going a little bit sneaky, decides to dive head first into a wall there. Haven't we all been there, IRL folks? That little face plant into a vertical slab of concrete as Sean goes round the back, takes out one, but can't make it. 2. Nutty, meanwhile, using the streak completely unbeknownst to myself. I did not hear that one come in. But now the bomb's planted. 2v2. The ball is in the court of young bubbly boyos to do something. Is he going to get spotted? Hudsie, he'll get the spot, and or it's Nutty. No, it's Hudsie. My eyes deceived. But now a 1v1. Tackles. Managing to stay up. Can he get through and get this break? It is Nutty that is left, and Nutty 0 and 4, not having the best game. Meanwhile, Tackle getting the kills. Is Nutty's just going to hold the position. Tackles have to check the place. A cheeky pre-fire though, and now the rotation just coming out. He's playing timings to a T. And Tackles, he just got the spot as well. No time to defuse. And a little bit of tentativeness from the side of Tackles was the downfall there, as LA Robbers are stealing this game from young bubbly boyos, looking to make it flawless on this map. And it truly has been a bit of a decimation here as we go into round number 6. Is the sweep on? The reverse sweep? No, said someone, but we'd all like to hope. You notice how I'm a minute behind. I don't know if anyone said no, but I could hazard a guess. And as soon as I say that, the caster's curse, excuse me, I had a hiccup come through. Caster's curse rings through. And it's good old Alan, left on his own. Maybe looking for the ace, gets spots 1. And he's a quarter of the way there. Where there's a will, there's a way, but his name's Alan, not Will, and young bubbly boyos take a round. Which I'm sure will do their confidence the world a good look, folks, when you're this down deep in it. You'll take the little things to boost the confidence where and when you can. And a lifeline perhaps to take into map number 3, knowing that they can take a round off these lads, that they are in fact human, that they do bleed. But they bleed the acid from the aliens in the Alien franchise, it seems, as they are just melting through the opposition here. And we'll take a look at Nutty, who has the bomb, trying to get onto this A quick perhaps, but is going to be held back by not the real RJ. Charlie in with a kill. Sean answer back. Tackles at 1. And they know bombs down as well. And they're picking up the kills all of a sudden, left to Hudsie on a 13 and 3. And getting taken out. And young bubbly boyos get another round. Folks, one thing to keep in mind from all of this, right? One very crucial factor to keep in mind is that so many of the kills came from Hutchie that if Hutchie slows down, how much are LA Robbers really providing in this map? That question has to be asked. He has slowed down, and a couple of rounds have started to swing the other way. So if the momentum is starting to be damaged, what could we see here? Because I mean, we have a 4 and 7. We have, if I can actually let me tab through, we have a 4 and 4, a 0 and 7. It's been the Hutchie show getting that 5 and 0. So other players are going to need to step it up to the play here, or Hutchie's going to need to have another masterpiece, because right now the momentum is swinging. Not the real RJ sitting up top. Charlie getting a kill. Another first blood going to the side of young bubbly boyos here. First blood seemingly a huge factor in how these rounds go as well. So not a great start. They have control of the site as well. And I do believe Alan has gotten the information that that bomb is going to go down and picks up a huge kill. Managing to get out with the life as well. And the trades are going back and forth here. Eventually getting taken out as Tacos goes huge. Tacos 12-5, by the way, who's had a massive game even when his side was looking down and out. And the kills coming in. And folks, young bubbly boyos have made this 5-3. Ladies and gentlemen, 91 of you currently watching at this current point in time. Of course, it's a little bit delayed, so it might be slightly different. But I think out of the 91 of you watching, how many of you seen this coming? We are 5-3 and young bubbly boyos are coming away with these rounds, and these aren't fluky rounds. They're winning them, and they're winning them well, picking up the gunfights, playing off each other. The pace has flipped, and again, it really seems like it's down to the demise of Hutchie, but we got to see how they play it. Let's look at this map and see how the push is coming in. It looks like it's going to be aggressive. We're going to see Nutty trying to get that bomb down early, and unbeknownst to the opposition, it seems, that bomb is going to go down, and all of a sudden, young bubbly boyos are in big trouble. You can't go down there. Don't let that first blood come in. They're in huge trouble. LA Robbers, they've locked in. 2v4, bomb is down, 30 seconds left, 23 seconds to defuse. Virtually impossible task, and look at them. They're so passive, they don't know where to go. Garlises has gotten one. But then the trade straight away coming in, and all of a sudden, it's all up to Tacos, who did a great game. But folks, you can only do so much as LA Robbers come away with the victory. 6-3 on map number 2. And folks, what a game of S&D we were just after watching. From a map that looked like it was all but done before it even barely got started. We had a moment there, I think, if you're an LA Robbers fan, you're shaking in your boots. Don't lie to me. You can't say that you weren't just a little bit worried there at the time. That really could have gone either way. But ultimately, going the right way of LA Robbers. So ladies and gentlemen, Vault Hardpointer, 250 to 148. Kills coming in clutch for LA Robbers to dominate that map. A Skyline search and destroy that just completely went all over the place. In terms of where you thought that one was going to go. I nearly gave the caster curse of the century for the side of LA Robbers there, but ultimately leaving themselves too much to do. We know what that meant. We know what that meant for young bubbly boyos. But folks, we're getting game 3 warmed up. We're going to be going quickly, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, map number 3 about to get underway, and as you've seen, where are we returning to? Good old vaults, this time for a control. And we had that map number 1 go the way of LA Robbers. Can they get a vault to go their way again and give them another win in this division? Or is this series about to be shaken up like we seen was possible? We are about to find out. Best luck to both of these teams as we load in to map number 3. Here we go. The push coming in. We're on board with Sean, who's going to try and get an early kill, but Charlie taking him out. I'll up the volume again slightly, folks. Again, apologies. We're having a bit of manual volume tonight, which needs a bit of more tabbing in and tabbing out. But Hodgie picking up one, starting where he left off, and now one tick gone already on this A point, and this control is starting to look really, really good. Early doors for LA Robbers, who are hammering down on this A site. We're going to see one of the quickest captures we've ever seen, as we do have Sean, who's pushed through. A demon on that sub so far. And they have the spawns practically broken as well. We nearly didn't get that one. That was a little bit of a close call, as Charlie picks up one. Not the real RJ picks up two. And that's a massive clear off B. One of the shakiest starts you'll ever see from a defensive standpoint from young bubbly boyos on this vault control. But they've recovered well. But how long can they hold on? That A gone in a flash, and they need to stop B from being the same. Nutty picking up one, knows where the nade. Semtex up, won't need to hit because Sean picks up the kill, or I believe it was Alan and Hutchie picking up kills. They're demolishing on the street, but young bubbly boyos are holding on. So far, so good. Garlice is trying to pick up one, but the nade onto the car, all part of the plan, it seems. It's now 22 versus 13, and they're going for the slaying tactic. It seems to be working, and Charlie has gotten around without being spotted. Oh, Charlie needed that kill. He's now rotating back, very passive on this chase as well. That could be massive, but gonna try and get into a bit of a power position here at least. 19v12, they really need to make the lives count now, as Nutty picks up another. And young bubbly boys, credit to them, they've recovered well in regards to how this round was going, but are still 7 lives down on this defense. But Charlie with a huge kill is still up there, picking up massive kills. Now Garlicis with another. Charlie realizes he's going to be focused on, rotates out. He's not going to check the right though at the right time, but he does. Actually, he picks up the kill. And he gets traded out, but he gets one from that position where he shouldn't have gotten any, and Nutty shouldn't have gotten that kill either. We're having a real back and forth, folks, of people who really shouldn't be getting these kills, and they are. But now 11v7, 1 minute left. This is going to come down to the lives. How are young bubbly boys going to hold up? They have not been ahead on the lives once this round. But they are slowing down, picking up good kills. But yeah, Charlie doing a good job of playing the life there. Meanwhile, Taco kind of getting around, and they're playing through this mid now as well. Getting good control. He needs to get the 2-piece. Flips to the pistol. What a kill. Killing spree of 5. And this is massive now. 6v6. Young bubbly boyos holding on well. But Sean getting a huge kill. Or Alan, I believe. Massive kill. Now 6v5. And now time may come into it as the pace of this game has grounded to a halt. No respawns remaining for young bubbly boyos now. So the claps may start coming in. But Charlie with another huge kill. Charlie has been picking up loads and is staying alive here as well. A kill from Taco as well. You can see Alan trying to move in. This is huge. If they take Alan out, they're in big trouble. Not the real RJ gets it just like that, ladies and gentlemen. It is a 2v4. Time is running down. They're holding on to the point, but they're going to get taken off it. And young bubbly boyos come away with round number 1 on a defense that at the beginning was looking rocky as ever. From a virtual instantaneous A capture to a point where it looked like that B was going at the same pace. The lives were down, I believe 22 to 13 at one point. Young bubbly boyos, especially thanks to Charlie, rotate through, get control of mid, round the back, get the power positions, and give themselves the opportunity to control the pace, get those lives even, and eventually even better. What a fantastic round from them. As they go up in the lead, I believe for the first time ever in this series when it comes to any of the map modes that we have played. Now they just need to stay in that lead. That nade coming in, not really doing the damage, and the cap coming in quick. Big kills coming in. Sean needing to get in, doesn't get to, but Alan does. But young bubbly boys are answering back. And folks, LA Robbers were warm going into this series, and it looks like young bubbly boys have just gotten as warm now, and seeing a very even exchange at this point. But the flank coming in as well, it's not been picked up. But the kills going in for the side of young bubbly boyos. They are controlling this map. They are controlling it. 23 versus 28. The lives It's actually a very similar capture situation to what we've seen in the previous round, and we know how that one went, but young bubbly boyos will be aware of that. I'm going to call them the boyos from now on, by the way, because that is a tongue twister if anyone has ever heard one. But meanwhile, we are on board with Alan, who's trying to do a bit of damage here. LA Robbers, they're being smart. They're trying to pick up the kills before they go through into those positions. But what we've seen even throughout this entire series, especially in the hard point, is that every time LA Robbers get a 2 and you think young bubbly boyos are in big trouble, the boyos, they answer back. They do answer back with a couple of their own, and they've been in positions where they haven't been able to make it count, but now seemingly are, as that is a clean 4 wipe. And you can see where they're spawning now, the side of LA Robbers, deep and to the left, and now they're converging around the point here, young bubbly boyos. Sean gonna try and push through with tackles with a 2. It is up to Sean to go huge as another 3 goes down. Sean with 2, needs to get this third, but doesn't. But gets enough to buy his team some time. A tick and a half gone at B. There will be time for another wave, but they're beginning to stack on now. They smell blood here, the boyos. 2.5 ticks gone. They're holding on. They're picking up the kills, and just like that, they have gone 2-0 up in this round in what has been, I'm sure, a real shock to the system of LA Robbers. If you were to compare the beginning of this series to the end, or to the end, I say, where we are so far, it is 2 completely different minefields altogether. Ignore your screen, LA Robbers did not take that one. It's lying, Codcaster. Why would you lie to the beautiful people that are watching? All 80 of you watching at the moment, I'm so sorry my Codcaster is lying to you. Alright, you can do better than a liar. But needing to do better is the motto of LA Robbers here at the moment, as they do have the chance to wrap this series up 3-0, but they need to get this control back. Going for the quick B this time, as you can see by the push and on your map, but you look that not the real RJ getting around for 1, and they've cleared that point well. Now it's just all up to Hudsley there, who does decide eventually to back off. Smart play, playing the lives. It wasn't on to continue with that push. And the kills, the trades coming in. This time a little bit more in favor of LA Robbers, who now get themselves onto the point. You do have tackles in a position to go huge. Tackles 14 and 7. Make that 15 and 7 with the turn. Turning and burning. And tackles. He's there. He's holding. Has he gotten the timing? I believe not. Hutchie eventually taking him out. And Hutchie on this point. There's 2 now. This is a big cap on B if they get it. 2 ticks gone. Make that 2.5 a vital wave of kills. Charlie's going to need to get the pick, but he can't. The trade's in, and folks, that should be B done and dusted. Time to link back up on A. But there's still a job to do there. 20v17, they're ahead on lives. They're starting to pick up the kills, but have they got that full control yet? It's hard to say. We're on board with not the real RJ, who's in a great flanking position here. I'm going to get round the side, not catch the timing on Sean, but he will catch Alan. That's 2. Nutty with 1, or Hutchie, should I say. Not the real RJ can trade. And stops the second tick. That is huge. But you have Hutchie up top. And young bubbly boy was pushed out maybe a hair too quickly, and now the counterattack's on, but Charlie again with another huge kill. 14v13. Garlises with 1 before getting taken out. Taco's now being taken out, and Charlie in a very advantageous position. Can he make it count? He gets 1, but it's going to need to back out for his life there, and wisely so. But Sean is pushed through the point. Gotten really unfortunate timing there, though, as Garlides picks up 1. The COD timing beginning to get in favor a little bit of young bubbly boils. But it's 10v9. This will come down to lives. And Nutty now, or Hudsley, on another killing spree. Was 12 and 16 is on the killing spree of 5, so you can see how his game was going up until now. Terrific at pulling it back. 7v6 though, that is a huge wave of kills. Only 1.5 ticks gone, folks. Could we be seeing young bubbly boyo sneak this one 3-0 and give themselves a lifeline in this series? Charlie with 1, 5v5. And every kill now huge for the side of LA Robbers. They cannot afford to lose any more lives, but the timing again just not going in their favor. Garlides with a huge 2. They're continuing to pop off. Nutty, the last alive, in a 1v4. In a very, very tough position. A nigh on impossible position from here. gets taken out. Ladies and gentlemen, young bubbly boyos have come away with map number 3 in what has to be an absolutely beautiful, has to be said, an absolutely beautiful 3-0. I mean, that was majestic. Young bubbly boyos outplaying the opposition and giving themselves a lifeline in this series. So, ladies and gentlemen, your eyes are not deceiving you. Young bubbly boyos picking up vault control 3-0 means that we are going to map 4, returning to Skyline. And this series is getting even hotter as the tensions and the pressure rises. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be back for map number 4 in just a few moments. Ladies and gents, map number 4. As we're once again back to Skyline, but this time for a little bit of respawn. And it has to be said, young bubbly boyos outside the Hutchie Masterclass were looking strong in this map. So we could be poised to go to a map 5. It is on the cards. But will that be the case? Best of luck to both of these teams again, who are putting on a hell of a series as map number 4 gets underway, and we're going to start on board with Charlie. Let's see what you can do. As holding wide, already looking for those peaks. Getting one, and the kills, the wave of kills coming in, and LA Robbers, they've been stunned off the bat here. My word, Garlisus now on the point and holding. Over 100 people tuned in to see a series that is just ramping up in tension. The followers flooding in as well. Appreciate each and every one of you coming in for your support. And if you do want to support the streams as well, we are on the way to affiliate, even partner at this rate with you guys. But if you do want to support us as well, there's a donation link down below to promote the runnings. We're COD Ireland. We run tournaments, leagues, as you're seeing right here, competing for €1,000. And we'll be hopefully running LANs, in talks for a LAN in 2025. An Irish COD LAN, in which every little helps when it comes to those donations, folks. If you want to see that come true, the link is down below in the Twitch. And we appreciate all of you being here. And all the boyos that you're watching, the boyos and the Robbers, appreciate you as well. And folks, if you're a fan of the Robbers, you need to get on their side. You need to be showing the support, because they're struggling here at the moment. They need you on their side. As young bubbly boyos are looking hot and looking here to engineer the reverse sweep. LA Robbers holding this point now. They push through from the front, and now they're holding the back. You can see now, though, the cheeky flank coming in for Taco. Taco has been a thorn in the side of LA Robbers these last few games, in the way that he gets around, picking up one, taking the pistol out though, which didn't really work for him in the end up. And LA Robbers going to go back in the lead off this time. Nutty with one. And Hutchie trying to get pushed through. Again, LA Robbers, what has to be said is that they are currently controlling this map a little more outside of a shaky start. They've got more control when it comes to the hard point. But they need to make that count, because the S&Ds have been shaky, to say the least, in terms of consistency. Hudsey trying to go for a big kill. The teammate helps and he ends up picking up the kill against Not The Real RJ and continuing that against Garlitos, getting through but eventually getting taken off the point. And now the boyos trying to get pushed onto the point. Alan the last left up and taken off pretty instantly. The spawns also going to the side of Young Bubbly boyos. So are poised to be able to pull this time back well, but they need to hold, and so far the slaying power of LA Robbers is ringing true for them. As Alan and Sean picking up one nutty with one, and they're getting pushed through well. Huge kill coming in, doing a great job of staying alive. Eventually the team kill coming in there that makes the difference, but Hudgy doing a great job here once again as those spawns flip. And that is worrying signs for the Young Bubbly boys. 83 to 39, and that scoreline is pulling away. As while they have good moments, LA Robbers broke in arguably too easily there, but they've broken well back in themselves. And just when you think that they're a side that are ready to lie down, that they're ready to see the game past them, they just pull it right back as Garlitos with a huge 2. Now on a 4 streak, 12 and 9. Gonna try and make it 5. Gets taken out though, as the onslaught continues from LA Robbers, and they're going to be on this scrap. And you already have Sean, or I believe no, Alan, that has sat on that P1. And again, you talk about the positions of map control. It is LA Robbers who have, for the hard points as a whole, have been orchestrating that way better. As it's now Nutty on the point. A bit of unfortunate timing there for Garlitos to get in, but he hasn't checked behind him. That'll be a free kill for Nutty. But Tacos coming in for the trades. 14 and 9 from Tacos, being a menace with that sub. Some call him Dennis, as he turns to pick up another and continues a killing spree of 5. 16 and 9. Nearly continuing it again, but eventually getting taken out. And 50 points in it. And the top of your screen is lying to you when it says best of 9, folks. Again, one of the COD casters' many unfortunate glitches and tricks it tries to play on you. And Hutsy trying to get pushed onto this point. LA Robbers look like they've got it locked down, but it's Next that's huge. It's Charlie around the back who picks up a huge kill, and the rest of his teammates picking them up, and they will have spawns. They have the rotations, but will they make them count? As you have Tacos not really watching for that flank, and Nutty's going to get round the back here. Nutty has information. Can he get the kills? He picks up one and is up the stairs, round the side, picking up another. The wave coming in. It looks like Garlitos will be the last to spawn in the back. Can he do something with it? A nice slide for one, but gets traded out. And another really strong position from Young Bubbly Boyles, just being undone due to the fact that they're just being outmaneuvered by those subs who are weaving their way into dangerous positions and getting round the back and allowing the ARs to get into these controlling positions that is just dictating the pace of the map. Not the position you want to be in, as Charlie picks up one. And Charlie, I mean, you've had a lot of players on the side of Young Bubbly Boys have their moments, but someone who's been consistent in big moments has been Charlie. Who's just constantly... Charlie's the thorn in the side when it comes to AR. I'd say Taco's the thorn in the side when it comes to the sub, even though we're currently seeing it with an AR, not really proving my point. But then you've had Garlitos as well. Not to single out RJ for not being good. He's been good as well. But you talk about moments, like the team altogether has been having moments, you know, where they come through and have big plays. But it's whether they can come together as a unit and change those big plays into playing together as a team. That's the big difference here, and I think that could be the difference in why they might not take this map, because ultimately they're 70 points down nearly. LA Robbers taking this into the second half of this hardpoint, to where Young Bubbly Boyers are going to need to start playing virtually perfect hardpoint if LA Robbers get another clean hold. So it really is do or die at this point if we want to see a map 5. It's Not The Real RJ. Picks up one, picks up two, lies down for the reload. Will he get the third? He absolutely should and does, but getting taken out by the fourth. But then the trades are coming in. They do have the point, and the Boyos on their way to getting over 100 points here. Looks like they will, but they don't have the spawns. But in fairness, they haven't done much with the spawns when they've had them. But now Charlie in an advantageous position to pick up one, and maybe the holding from the front tactic coming through, but not to be, as Sean picks up a huge one. In trouble though on the push, but how does he stay alive there? Massive 2, eventually Tacos coming in to take him out. The T's are flying off the tip of my tongue as we have Nutty and Allen on the point. Alan, not had a game to remember. Double neg, 11 and 22. Again, you do look at the side of LA Robbers. The fact that they're managing to still stay ahead with 2 players really not pulling up the numbers is sort of a testament to how they play tactically. Whereas the Boyles, they do pick up the numbers, they pick up the time here and there across the board, but they are not locking down clean time. But they need to get in and get this push now, but they're not. Taco's eventually picking up that kill though, the two of them combined together. And every second counts now. If they have any chance to get the point, they need to hold it. They can not really play to watch them come from the back, because in that situation, they're always going to be coming from the back. You're not going to stop it. Sean, or Alan, I believe there at that point with a huge 2. Charlie, he's got the spot, but he has been spotted too. And it is Hutchie who takes him out. And once again, 70 points in it as we get ourselves right back to P1 for what will probably be the 3rd and final rotations. 183 to 116. It is the Boyles on the time, but the kills are being traded left, right, and center as Nutty is victorious on the point. And LA Robbers looking likely here to get over that 200 point mark, as they are just picking up the more important kills where and when it counts. Tacos though, not lying down, getting a huge 2, but needs to get another to reclaim this point. Doesn't really check, but gets the kill anyway. Absolutely should not have gotten that one, but does, and giving once again his side a lifeline. But the spawns for new becoming vital, and you can see that from the side of LA Robbers. Look at the map, they're rotating through for that P2. That is the priority, but you had Charlie just sitting so deep there, but eventually getting taken out. And now the spawns, they have lost them completely. That is a massive death. I didn't even see that come up on the kill feed. I don't know what happened there, but that death could be detrimental to the side of young bubbly Boyles and their chances of getting themselves back into this game and taking us to a map 5. 200 to 139, 2-1 in this series, and looking very likely to be 3-1 unless the Boyles can pull together a magnificent push right here and now. RJ round the back gets the kill on Nutty, doesn't check for the second though, but Sean getting taken out by Charlie, who's now going to be on that point and will take out Alan. Needs the help though, and it's not there. And with the spawns, LA Robbers can just regroup right back in that point, but not the real RJ, not letting them lie. Huge kills coming in. Garlides with 2. And they actually don't have the spawns. I thought they did, but they don't. Garlides, he hasn't checked behind him. The timing's unfortunate. Sean back on the point, and we're going to be rotating over to this next point. Folks, 222 to 146, nearly a 100 point difference now. The Boyles are trying their hardest, but it's just not coming through for them, as you have Sean, as we seen in the previous hard point, pulling out a late game wonder, about to hit, will probably hit the 40 kill mark. But Tacos wasn't too far behind, but they've been controlling this map. They're reading it like a book now. 1 minute 14 on point. Gonna hit those 40 kills and surpass them, as we're just seeing the killing spree coming in, and the Robbers have twisted the dagger at this point. The Boyles, they've come so far, tried so hard to get back into this one, but it's all in vain as LA Robbers lock it in, lock it down. And ladies and gentlemen, 250 to 153, it is LA Robbers who come away with that map number 4. And folks, what a series we have seen. That was absolutely fantastic from both of these teams. And I believe I put that score down right. I may have forgotten it again, but we'll soon see as we switch over. People, I'm sure, can correct me if I'm wrong. But ladies and gentlemen, a series to behold as that one finishes. 250 to 153. I put 154, but that's close enough. We'll leave it as that. Actually, I won't, because now I'm too annoyed at myself. We're going to switch it. 153 it was, yeah? Let's get that switched right here and now on the graphic. Ladies and gentlemen, 250 to 153 for LA Robbers to come away with this series 3-1. What an immaculate showing from both of these teams. Congratulations to LA Robbers. Commiserations to young bubbly boys who gave it their all. Looked like they were going to reverse the narrative, but then fell in the end. And folks, that series was absolutely immaculate. Massive GGs to both of those teams. The congratulations, the commiserations. It was a treat to watch. And what's crazy about that one, that's insane, and I'm saying this right now to the 100 people that are currently watching, that was only game 1 of the night. We have 2 more games coming up, the next one starting at 9 o'clock, and I have a lot of these graphics to switch around to get ready for 9 o'clock. So we're making this outro for this one short and sweet. We are going back to the start and soon screen, folks, in just a second, where you can sit and you can wait, you can refresh your drinks to get ready for the next game of the evening, which, if I remember correctly, I'll get that right here, right now. Only the Greatest versus Billy is Funding. Moving on to Division 1 now, where the tensions, I'm sure, will be even higher. Folks, stick around. We'll see you at 9 o'clock. Ladies and gentlemen, wow. Just see my graphic come back there. I don't know how it looks for you guys, but my PC absolutely seemed to cry at that one. But regardless, we got that back. Maybe I need to close a couple of things or two to stop my PC from crashing. Wouldn't that be a shame? But folks, welcome back. Here we are. Hope that delay wasn't too long for you. Had to get all the graphics sorted, switched around on my side, and we are running a couple of minutes behind. The team is practically ready to go, so we're not going to spend too much time dilly-dallying here. Really hope you enjoyed game number 1, folks. LA Robbers managing to take that series well against Young Bubbly Boyos. A very interesting series to watch, to say the least. Now moving on to game number 2, where only the greatest are facing off against Billy is Funding in Division 1 Group A of the COD Ireland League. We are in week 1, folks. It is really heating up, and there is loads of you here showing your support. Admins, by the way, if you're watching, admins, let people know in the Discord that game number 2 is about to get underway, that it's a Division 1 game as well. Don't be afraid to spam those announcements. That's what it is for. We'll do one announcement per series, as to not make everyone want to click off. But ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's take a look at the series we're about to play, and then we'll go straight into getting this game sorted. So folks, let's take it away. Map number 1. Once again, we're finding ourselves on Vault, but this time, what do I mean this time? It's not like it's new. We're on it again. It's a hard point. Nice little Vault hard point. We've seen how that played out the very first time around in the previous series that we have just seen. And one of those maps, it rewards your map control, it rewards the rotation. The subs can get interwoven in with the map and the lanes do damage, but it's the ARs on the width that do the majority of the hardcore damage and holding. And folks, if you're wondering why I only done half an explanation of that map, because I'm saving the rest of the explanation for this. We're still on Vault if we make it to map 2. What do I mean if? I mean when. And we'll be back onto Vault. And folks, as I said, the ARs, they hold wide on those angles. They do a lot of the damage. It's the ARs that are responsible for taming the subs. If the subs can get in, get around, be sneaky, that gives the AR the freedom to get even into more overpowered positions to hold the vital lanes that they need to hold. Truly a majestic map, one of the best ones in Black Ops 6 for sure. And speaking of great maps, how about that rewind, guys? Just kidding, we're on Protocol, we are on Control, and look at these beautiful panning shots as well. I gotta say, I'm just so proud of the fact that I've done these in theater. Definitely didn't take me far too long because I was using a half broken controller to do it at the time. But folks, Protocol, a beautiful map to look at, but to play potentially a different story. Again, almost like Vault, but even more extreme. The ARs really ever present in doing their job and holding their lanes, and that is vital for the subs to be able to get in and around areas, do damage, and try and come away with the victory. And ladies and gentlemen, if we make it that far, we're still going to be finding ourselves on Protocol, this time for a hard point where, again, I feel like the difference between Control, or the difference in Protocol between a Control and a hard point, is the very simple fact that the subs can do way more damage in rotate around the map. Yes, if the ARs hold, what I said in Control rings through, but if the subs can get in, get nasty, get mixy, you can really get some map control and stop those subs or those ARs from ever getting in those powerful positions. And folks, if we make it all the way in this series, we've booked another night on the island of Protocol, this time for the search and destroy, folks. If any of these teams like Protocol, it is game over if we make it this far. I will say the reverse sweep potentially on. If a team like Vault, they could go 2-0 up and then be answered right back with a 3-0 on a Protocol, ladies and gentlemen. And folks, those are the maps that we have for you. You've seen the B-roll 3 times. I don't need to spam it in you. You know what it looks like by now. Those are your maps and your modes for this Division 1 Group A game. OTG, only the greatest versus Billy is Funding. We're going to get right in, get straight to getting this game started. No dilly-dallying, folks. So I will be back in just a few moments. Ladies and gentlemen, map number 1 beginning any second now. As the final preparations are in place and these teams are ready to get the gunny going. Who's going to come out on top? Billy is funding our OTG. We are going to find all of that out throughout the course of the series, of course. Shocker, you find out the results of something as you watch it played. Never before heard of concept, but let us know in the comments, folks. Let us know in the chat who you think is going to come round on this. Who do you think is going to come up on top? Who are we fans of here? Who you got? Who's on your ticket, folks? Could be anyone. Or is it destined to be someone? On map number 1, we'll be loading into our first of 2 vaults for a cheeky little bit of respawn. Who's feeling warmer? Whose shot is on it? And who's got a bee in their bonnet and a point to prove? Best of luck to both of these teams, but of course I'm sure they realize at this level of the mighty high division 1, you're going to need a damn sight more than luck if you want to come out on top. Folks, hype in the chat as we are ready to load in. Ladies and gents, here we go. As we go straight into this one. On board with Devon, who isn't able to pick up that initial kill. And Daz has just gone straight for getting around the back. Sort of an interesting choice here, but Billy is funding or holding on to this point. Doing a decent job here. But they are taken out. And it is now Daz V2, as you can see. Just again, they're completely anchored for that next point. They're really banking on this next point early on. A risky maneuver to say the least, and will it pay off? I suppose we will find out. As Billy is holding this time with very little contention. I mean, this whole point has been played for essentially the next point. But will that be a strategy that pays off? As Mr. KFD trying to get the back pushed out. Huge kill. But through all of that, they have not kept the spawns, really. For the amount of work that they were doing, only the greatest. And now they're going to be punished for their lack of P1 presence. I mean, they're picking up kills, trying to do damage, but the spawns are being held. And these are some clean wipes coming in now as they are struggling to get any sort of pressure through. 50 points clean. The original EU struggling. The rotation's already coming into P3, as you can see. We have Daz up, just keeping eyes. Watching over where he needs to go. And Billy's funding are just absolutely dominating this to begin with, as we're watching on board with our beautiful admin Ben W. Give him a round of applause as we take a look at him here, fuming with me that I put him in Div 1 to play against this opposition, but he's trying his best. And look at him go. He's gone. He's down. Someone snap that in the chat, how Ben feels right now. We've all been better as this P3 is being locked down by Fro. And only the greatest are trying their hardest to get through. But you look at who's up top and who's ready to do damage. It's Billy. We go on board. He takes out KFD, I think it was, or Ben, one of them. Again, we've broken Codcaster, folks, so do forgive us for those issues. But Fro picking up a kill against Ben W, and this is an absolute rout, to say the least. 97 to 12. He told me he wasn't cut out for this div. I initially didn't believe him, Ben, but now I'm beginning to see what he means. Lord have mercy. This Fro having a good time on that point, holding it with the knife. The knife, a funny story. It was G8 and then it wasn't. It's It's almost like these COD folk can't quite make up their mind as what's the best thing to do. Is Ben picking up a nice 2 kills on the hill. A bit of redemption there. Trying to get another round the back. Have had absolutely no map control all the time that they've got, and has been either very early rotations or very late scrap. There has been no real hold. And eventually taken out. Billy is funding back on the time. Just completely dominating every position that they go into, and I think already proving themselves to be a team that are going to do a lot of damage in Div 1. Not pretty so far for only the greatest. And Devon with 2. Devon just continuing to roll around on a 6 streak, has the RCXD, which he's not allowed to use, which I'm sure he'll remember as he picks up another. And Devon is dancing. But it's big mighty Ben who takes him out. The chat loves Ben. At least someone has to, just kidding, everyone loves Ben. As he nearly picked up another, but the COD feed is lying to us. It is Mr. KFD, the kill we just seen, picking that up, but Billy with 2. And folks, I think it is fair to say that this is a game not for the faint of heart. If you're a fan of only the greatest, look away. Because they may be the greatest, but at what? Might not be Black Ops 6 by the looks of it, as Billy is funding, are just dancing round this point. They do have spawns here, credit to them. You do have Mr. KFD who could go huge, but as we get a bit of a laggy game there for a second, we see things, people are being taken out. We have been very fortunate so far as to not have any direct game breaks while on these streams, and you know, or not pot kettle black, wrong saying, touch wood. That doesn't happen now, but things are looking a little jittery. But maybe that's just the shaky shots of only the greatest too, or maybe wishing things could be different for them. And folks, you know how I said it. I said I did touch wood, but I didn't really. And this is what we're left with. Lost connection to the host. Absolutely love to see it. Let's see if we can get back in, and we'll see what the boys are saying. Did they all lose connection? Was there a crash? I don't know. I don't know what the story will be there. We will find out as soon as possible. But yeah, it is funny when you say these things, thinking that everything is going to be just fine, and then what do you know? It's not fine. But let's see if we can get back into this lobby. I'm looking for it. Trying to join into the game. Will it let me? It has. Let me try and switch over to the Codcaster. We may have rescued this one, folks. We may be back in. We're holding out hope, holding out for a hero. What a tune. Shrek 2, best Shrek of all time. Bet you never thought tuning into a Call of Duty stream covering Irish players you would see someone talk about Shrek, and yet here we are. Maybe it's just green. That's why. But folks, we're back in. We got back in. Let's take a look. Game screen. Shocker. Billy is funding. Ahead still. Looking strong. Looking powerful. Only the greatest trying to cross that 50-point mark. But honestly, it's not looking like they will. But shut my dirty mouth. They pick up a kill. They pick up multiple kills. They get in, but for how long? The trades are coming in, and I have to say, Billy is funding have been immaculate at these trades. Really are popping off. That's 56 to 245. It's just Devon who's up for the side. What a kill from Devon. God. These are filthy crackheads, as they would say in Liverpool, I think. I don't know. What would I know? I'm not from Liverpool. But 61 to 247. And Mr. KFD going huge with a 2. But Billy round with the flank. They're sitting on the point. And ladies and gents, just like that. 250 to 62. A score not for the faint of heart. Look away now. Avert the eyes of your kids. That was a doozy. But they happen. They happen. It's sometimes these things just happen, you know. But it has to be said, Billy is funding. really looking like one of the strongest teams here, and beginning to look understandable as to why they were actively looking for an org to represent them in this league prior to signing up, as they are a team that are looking very, very strong here as we move back over to the map mode screen. And we can see that they have map number 1 under their belt and will be looking to get very quickly into map number 2, I am sure. So folks, we're going to make sure that we're all prepped for that, and while we do that, you do not go anywhere, as map number 2, returning to Vault for Search and Destroy, will be with you in just a moment. Gents, map number 2 ready and waiting to get underway, as these teams looking to try a little bit of redemption, I think, if you're the side of only the greatest, and then Rebellious funding, maybe looking to make another quick easy night, maybe looking for that early sleep. That bedtime is creeping up, but maybe gunny time might grace the side of only the greatest. We will find out. Best of luck to both of these teams as we load into map number 2 with Mr. KFD on the sticks. Has he ate his Weetabix as he pushes up? The first blood coming for Billy is funding. Fro with the 2. And the push out coming in. Devin with a huge kill. I mean, Devin's an absolute crackhead with that AR, and Mr. KFD gets another credit to him. Does he know where to look? I mean, back to back here, Devin and EH, and they know that bomb is down as well. Just the perfect position to be in. As he's going to try his best, Mr. KFD, but Billy is funding are not messing about with this one. They're just holding on. And just like that, Billy is funding come away with round number 1. With, I think, relative comfortability. They played that very well together. It has to be said. Legally has to be said. I need to say it. I would feel amiss if I didn't say it. But folks, there is still time. but maybe I'm just trying to give them a little bit of hope here, hope that they are struggling to find. But folks, again, I have to say to everyone here who's watching, thank you very much for tuning in. We do appreciate you. I'm seeing the new followers come in. I'm seeing the people chatting. And folks, we've had a great night already. We've seen LA Robbers win their game against Young Bubbly Boys. We're seeing Billy is funding have a little bit of fun with the side of only the greatest, it seems here, with the greatest respect to only the greatest who are putting in an effort. But then after this, at around 10 o'clock, maybe shortly after 10, we will have, for the very first time on a COD Ireland broadcast, we are going to have Flux Esports competing against Lucan, I don't know what the pronunciation is, Lucian Lions. No way. No way the defuse is coming in here. No, it was not hopped on early enough. And Billy is funding come away with another round. And yeah, maybe ninja diffuses might be the way they have to try and sneak some of these rounds. So it's understandable why he went for it, but wasn't to be. Only the greatest. Not getting that round win again. This callcaster likes to lie to you. It likes to stroke your hair and tell you you're pretty and buy you a drink, but really, you know, it only wants one thing: to make your life slightly worse. Never listen to callcaster. They only want one thing. Listen to me. Listen to the graphics. You're really seeing that I'm overlaying that Billy is funding are in fact ahead 2-0, and they're not looking like they're going to slow down. And Mr. KFD is just holding on to the save point. They got the bomb down, which, you know, credit to them. They're picking up the kills. 3v3. Is there a round on the cards? A potential shock, but Billy up to maybe make his way in. I mean, they play off each other beautifully here. Billy is funding in the way they're side, but not on each other's way. But that is a huge kill from Ben. And Mr. KFD with a big 2 and another. And only the greatest actually managed to come away with the round. I know it sounds so insulting when I use the terms like actually, but I only do so because they told me that they feel like that they're going to very much struggle in this Stiv. And I think if they take a round against an opposition like Billy is funding, who, like, in all seriousness are showing that they are really, really, like, really strong team, I think only the greatest will take the positives and being able to take rounds away from these types of players. In my humble opinion, of course, whoever is watching, if you know these people better, then, you know, tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. I could be very wrong. I could be awful. And people are saying in chat, it's Lucan. Lucan, or I hope, unless you're saying that sarcastically, or I might not know. I struggle to read, terms. I was about to just end it. No, I struggle to read. I'm actually going to end it there. I struggle to read. Meanwhile, Great is the only here, or trying to get this bomb diffused as Billy's funding get the plant. But, you know, a 1v4, not the easiest scenarios to come out of there. As Billy is funding. Take another round with relative ease. And we are seeing just absolute beamers. Every gun in the hands of a Billy is funding player is a melt machine. And Billy, he may have funded greatness here, a good investment on the side of Billy. If you're looking all across Division 1 right now, be afraid, I would say. I think Division 1's going to be scared of the opposition that they are seeing here. Because you've got a side that's guaranteed to make playoffs, and perhaps even more, as once again they're going to go for the site here. How will the timings work? Oh, it work out well, as the original EU looked like they were caught in a slide for a sec then, but gets it. But now, problem is, oh, a tough position. Those kills had to come through and they didn't. Fro just tearing it up. And is going to be there to get the defuse, and I have a shush on my ear. Okay, they might not like my casting that much, but I'm trying my best. Okay, don't shush me. But Billy is funding. As I said, it looks like they're going for the early night. They want to go and get their beauty sleep. And who could blame them? They definitely need it as they go 4-1 up here. Who is going to go outside and touch grass first in this league? It certainly ain't Billy is funding, as I've seen less crackheads in a crack den. It's my own league, I can make those types of comments. I wouldn't dare do that anywhere else. I'd probably get yelled at by big scary producers. But I run this show, baby, as Ben W picks up the first blood. Or was it Mr. KFD? Am I being lied to again? 71 people watching a dismantlement take place, but only the greatest looking to have their moments. And, you know, Mr. KFD picking up a nice little kill there. Credit to him. Good kill. And they certainly have their moments. I think only the greatest need to pat themselves on the back a little more. They're up against very strong opposition, and I would say, based on what I'm seeing early on from this Div 1, they will probably scrape a playoff place. I mean, it's not my place to really make the predictions, but that is... I think they just about have playoffs. Remember, to make the playoffs in Division 1, folks, there is 10 teams in each group of these divisions. As Billy is funding just get wiped out and only the greatest take that round after getting this defused, but there is 10 teams in each division. And the top 6 teams... No, sorry, 10 teams each group. I messed it up. I'm starting again. 10 teams in each group. Group A, Group B of Division 1. The top 6 teams in each group go into a double elimination 12-team playoff. So you only need to get into that top 6, but I do have to say that the group of only the greatest is looking to be a little more challenging. That Division A looks like there's a couple of really strong teams in there. The original EU just holding on. Getting this bomb down to 2v3. We've seen Fro get into these positions and do a lot of damage before. We'll be looking to do so again. The RCXD comes in. I actually believe it isn't GA'd in Search and Destroy, if I'm correct. So, it should be okay. I believed it. I thought it was, but I do remember reading something about it being okay in Search. And with these guys level, I would believe that to be the case. So, in case anyone else's ears perked up at seeing an RCXD come in there, I think it was fine. Don't be worrying. Don't be panicking. But Billy is funding getting in there with the break. Doing so with relative ease, and say only the greatest. They are trying their hearts out. And as I said, in terms of moments, again, I know it's hard to say, but when you're a team who's clearly not up to the same level of another opposition, you are taking those little things. You kind of, if you were to go into all the things you're not, you know, look, if you don't feel the best at, there's a lot of things. You might as well try and look at the things that you did right. And there's positives to take from this Money the Greatest. They have a couple of moments of gunnies, to say the least. I believe the Compact 92 has been pulled out. Why am I only noticing that now? And I don't think it's making much of a difference here in the end up, as Ben tried to go huge, but it wasn't to happen, was not to be. And just like that, folks, Billy is funding take map number 2, 6-2. And a great showing from them. Always looked like they were in the driver's seat. And just like that, they are one map away from another victory in this season. And they are looking well for it. Billy is funding. Popping off against their opposition. The Masters of Vault. But now for map number 3, we will be moving over to that protocol control, where it's unlikely, but we could be seeing a very different story. So folks, for all of you watching, all 73 at the moment, you absolute legends, don't go anywhere, as map 3, and then after that at 10 o'clock, Flux Esports will be taking part against Lucan Lions. This evening is not over yet. We will be back in just a few moments. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go on our way over to map number 3, where we will find ourselves visiting Protocol for a little control. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna say it right here and right now, massively appreciate each and every one of you being here. The followers still coming in, I'm seeing is in the chat. Thank you so much for the support for COD Ireland. Remember, if you want to donate, as we are not affiliated just yet, the link is down below on the Twitch, where you can donate whatever you can. Be massively appreciated, as we're going to be trying to bring things like lands your direction in 2025. Talks already underway, but folks, here we are, map number 3, and already we've got Fro just absolutely powering through, and I'm already lagging in this game, which is scaring me because I got kicked the last time this happened, but we'll be hopeful. And hopefully nothing goes too wrong, as it is the Fro cam at the moment. We're sticking on because, I mean, Billy's funding as a whole are just really looking strong here in the way that they are pushing. Daz took out Fro though, and Billy now against OTG. Now Daz trying to look to do some damage. Spots Billy, but Devon's covering well, and Devon with another. They've picked up strong positions here. Devon with another again. 19 versus 24 now. Devon in a power position. Gets done by the flank though. The original EU just trying to be a thorn in the side of the opposition, and makes his way over towards B, hoping to get one more tick at least, but quickly getting taken out. I mean, Mr. KFD does get the trade, but the trades are just coming back in, and Devon managing to stay alive here. Only 20 seconds left. And only the greatest getting themselves onto this point. Maybe we're going to be able to get a second tick, but Billy is dancing in the spawn. 11v17, 2 ticks gone at B. The ticks going up at A as well. But Billy's going to have to go huge, but hang on a minute. We are getting some nice kills in here. But all of a sudden, EHE recognizes he needs to go over to A, goes huge at A, and they have sacrificed that B. But to completely protect A, and with the lives that are left, it was a play that was definitely the correct one to make. And going to continue to pick up kills now to make it a 5v14, as the original EU trying to chase down this kill. The original EU picking up a nice little one there, trying to get another with Fro. Popping off with that sub. And now a 2v12. I've seen crazier things, but actually no, I haven't. I literally haven't. Now it's a 1v12. I've not seen anything crazier. They're going for the punches. You monsters. You absolute monsters. As Billy is funding, take another round. And Devon, you can see with this best player was just popping off here. Picked up a terrific position and is an absolute monster with that Amos. Holding these lanes. Nice little 3-piece there. I believed continued on after this. I think picked up at least another kill or 2 there. And just like that, round 1 done. On to round number 2, where they are trying to hang in there, only the greatest. But are they trying merely in vain? Or is there something to be had from this? Is Fro now on the offense straight onto that A point? And Devon, again, playing his life holding, but only the greatest getting a good few kills. And credit to only the greatest, who've got a nice wave of kills. Got the 4 down, 30v26 now. A very clean play from them. And Mr. KFD, who's not had the greatest start, trying to pull it back for his side. 2 and 10. No, 4 and 10, sorry. Apologies. 4 and 10. In a nice position. His team are picking up the kills. And what are we seeing here? Billy is funding a little bit of sleep at the wheel, but oh god, was I proven wrong. EH absolutely beaming. and just fries with that AR, and EH getting another nice kill there, and Billy is funding, maybe just taking their foot off the gas pedal a little bit, but God, if there's any team who could afford to, but only the greatest need to capitalize on this, and to be fair, they are trying. They're having a good throw at it, would I say. But now, Devon getting ready to get onto this A point. And it is being contested. And you know, I am now just realizing that the colors that I made Billy is funding are making it incredibly difficult to see that tick going up, which I apologize for. But if those of you can faintly see it, it's now ticking a half the way, pushing through and about to hit 2 ticks. So it's a very, very slight color change, but I will keep that in mind for future. Apologies for that difficulty in viewing, folks. I have ruined everything. But meanwhile, Billy is funding are just absolutely ruining the lives of only the greatest here, both figuratively and literally. This is now 14v14. But to be fair, only the greatest have done a great job of keeping themselves into this one, but it's obviously those point captures that matter. Ben W taken out quickly now on this B point. And about to get this first tick done and dusted. EH just pushing through. I mean, they're completely pushed out here. Only the greatest. They have no choice but to go through mid, and they're just going to get swallowed whole. 7v12. Now the collapse onto the point is going to come in. Or maybe happy just to search for the kills. First tick through, I believe. Oh no, more than that. I told you how bad the shading is there. I couldn't even see, but they get the tick. They get that second round, and credit where credit is due to how only the greatest are picking up a few kills here and there. But at the end of the day, Billy is funding, just proving to be leagues above. And onwards towards what could potentially be, what is very likely, unless something switches up here, the final round of this map, of this series. Where only the greatest have put in their best efforts, but a 2-0 and a bloodbath of a 2-0 at that, looking like it'll turn into a 3-0 in this series, and already a nice wipe coming in for Billy is funding, who very graciously, by the way, and I do have to say, we were struggling to fill this 9 PM slot for a game this evening. I know Thursday is an awkward day, but considering I also do work as a caster, Thursday is just kind of a day that suits me the best to run these broadcasts, because I could be working with CCL or other things during weekends. So we were struggling to fill this slot, and Ben, credit to him, got this together so we could fill the 9 PM slot. So massive credit to these teams for coming in and stepping in to fill this one in. Really do appreciate them, as another clean wipe from Billy is funding, and 50 seconds left. EH picking up more, and now the spawn traps in. They're literally pushed up completely, but a couple only greatest players spawned out and got turned, picked up a couple of kills, which is nice. But they're down on lives. The killing sprees are coming in. The time is running down. They can barely get a look at this time, and Billy just sitting in the spawn. They are completely controlling how they spawn here at this point. Truly making it a tough one to watch, as there's levels to this game, and Billy is funding, perhaps proving that they're a level above even the highest of competition here in Division 1. These could be players that the rest of the division should be real scared of that, as now that time at 8.7 seconds going to quickly wind down. The lives dwindling. 7, 6, 5. It's all going down. It's all over the place. They just about get to A for what I will call maybe a final hurrah at this point, as they're going to try as much as they can. But for how long will they hold? They've gotten the point and gone very quiet here. Oh, okay. It's taking me a while to recognize what was going on here. Okay, well, this is where your players are. You've got a guy in here, and they're just all camping. They're just waiting. Casually waiting for the opportunity to come. Oh, no! No! No, Mr. President! Oh, God! You got the hostage. Oh! Oh, it's brutal. What have you done? What have they done? Billy is funding. Having a whole lot of fun. And putting only the greatest out of their misery. In what was a fun series to watch. But I'm sure a hard one to play in for only the greatest, who, massive credit to them, gave it their all. But I think, to be fair, have played so far against teams who are very likely to be the winners, or at least in the grand finals of the entire COD Ireland Division 1. So they maybe have a chance against other players to maybe make the playoffs, but that was a toughie. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the end of game number 2, where Billy is funding. Make light work of their opposition, 3-0, and they are looking very strong for the season ahead. Folks, what a terrific game we've seen. What a fantastic night we've had. The games, the followers coming in left, right and center, people typing in the chat. Nearly 90 people currently watching the stream, and we are about to get in to the pinnacle game of the evening. Game number 3, Lucan Lions versus Flux Esports. Another Division 1 Group A extravaganza. The final COD Ireland broadcast on this channel for the week. But let's see how that one goes. We're gonna get ready, get the graphics ready for that one, get ready to go. That game is scheduled to go for between 10 and 10:15. So make sure to be around for them, but leave the stream up. Have a go get a cup of coffee or something, chill out. Because we'll be back for one of the biggest games of the evening, and one of the biggest games we will see in the group stage so far this season, so you won't want to miss it, folks. Don't go anywhere. Back in a few for the final game. Ladies and gentlemen, it's so much fun to see my OBS look like it's about to burn and die every time it decides to make that transition from the starting soon. But folks, welcome back to the stream, welcome back to the game, or welcome in if this is your first time tuning in, because we did make a couple of announcements online about this game being played, because it's the final game of the evening, the main game, the one I'm sure many of you have been waiting for. I mean, we're just after seeing Billy is funding absolutely decimate their opposition, but we are going to be going in now to a game where we're going to be seeing a team in Flux Esports, who I think are definitely one of the favorites to win the entire thing, against Lucan Lions. Jex has told me that's the pronunciation, so Lucan Lions, a team that I know frighteningly little about. So in terms of how this one is going to go, I have absolutely no clue. Are Flux going to run through their opposition? Do Lucan Lions have some surprises up their sleeve to show us? Something that I would never have thought of, wasn't aware of, and not understanding really what this team could bring to the table. And one thing I gotta say, folks, we are still a couple of minutes away from getting this match started, but I thought it would be the perfect time to sit down with you, talk about the game that is about to come up, what we might expect from both of these teams going into these maps, so we can go into a little bit more of a detailed map look, and also talk a little bit about what we've seen already. I mean, folks, first of all, I gotta say I'm so happy we have 81 people as of now, as it says to me, currently tuned in and watching this, and we've had loads of people follow during the stream. I believe between 40 to 50 people. So folks, your support is absolutely smashing it here. COD Ireland is here to stay and is proving itself as something that is just absolutely elite in this space already, and that is due to you guys as players, as supporters, as fans of Call of Duty, as fans of just Ireland and Irish people, and wanting to see the Irish scene flourish. And this is for all the people who told me that there isn't an Irish scene. That's the reason why we set this up. The reason why I came up with this idea was so many people I knew of Irish players but said there was no Irish scene. So many people. I never played with an Irish player in my life outside of my IRLs, but I've seen so many Irish players about the scene. And I was like, I want to put something together that gives a platform for the top Irish players to be recognized as the top Irish players, for the middle level Irish players. So, oh, I've just disconnected for the lobby there. Wasn't even in their lobby, but for the middle level Irish players who were looking for the chance to go in and compete in something where they could be recognized for that and then grow within the space. And then for the low level, for the beginner who wants to come into a Division 3, 4, 5, whatever it may be, and learn the game, a player who's maybe just come off ranked, managed to get themselves into plat, on their way to diamond, wants to try their hand at competing, that base level. We want to introduce esports as a concept that the people in Ireland are more aware of through all levels, create a path to pro system. We want to go and have even like talks, like I know with what I'm running through ZC Esports, We want to go have talks as well with places like schools and stuff, and go around and introduce the concept of esports to schools, have parents information evenings to talk to them about gaming, to kind of help them understand the space and understand the space in a clever way, where just because your little Timmy, who's 14, 15, spends 8 hours a day in front of games, it's still not the right way to go about it. Remember, esports, a key word is sport. If you treat it like a sport, it is still a sport, and so many people don't make it in sports. So what do you have to do? You have to be clever. If you're talented at something, you pursue it, but you do not let it overtake your education. You do not let it overtake any other aspects of your life. You go about it responsibly. We want to introduce that, begin the low level and grow it right up through, so Irish players are recognized, they can be seen on these broadcasts. Orgs want to come in to be a part of these broadcasts, have these players on their teams. We want to be the infrastructure. We want to be the infrastructure that's there for everyone in Ireland, so they can go on and get their recognition throughout other places in Europe, but ultimately just have fun playing in with other Irish players in an Irish community, and playing under the knowledge that through playing in something like this, they could be considered one of the top Irish players, which I think is a really cool thing to have. And I know when I was 16, 17, starting playing, when it was a Black Ops 3, it was my first year of ever knowing what competitive is. Was Black Ops 3, it was my very first one, and I was 16 years old in 2016. I'm now 25 years old. I would have killed for something like this when I was younger. I remember I used to look up YouTube videos of how to join COD teams because I had so little understanding of where you would go. I was so desperate for it. So I hope, you know, through your support and everyone who's even not watching, people who are just in the Discord, what we're building here, it's for you, but only builds through you and through your support, which is why we're going to bring leagues, tournaments and LANs your way. I hope you enjoy them all, and that is my rant over. Thank you very much for listening. Again, we are going to be getting into this game very, very shortly. I want to actually have a little look at some of the comments. Oh my god, comb your hair first thing coming in. I have the straightest hair known to man. If I comb my hair, I look like a 40-year-old trying to cover up a really badly receding hairline. We go bushy. You know what? Comb my hair. There. That's what you're getting for the rest of this stream. We're sticking with this. Comb my hair. How dare you? I need to sit down a little bit. Just let it there. Jimmy Neutron Boy Genius is going to be gracing you for the rest of this broadcast, but let me have a lot of these comments, folks. Again, thank you all so much for coming in here, and I hope you are having fun with the stream as well. How many people have signed up with COD Ireland? So in our Discord, we are only a couple of sign-ups away from 1,000 people in the Discord, which is absolutely crazy. Almost as crazy as the hair. We're nearly there. 1,000 people. If you sign up, you want to get into that Discord, see what's going on in COD Ireland. We hope to grow it in future to incorporate things like Warzone as well. Be able to bring in more tournaments. Just again, we're a small team, so a large part of our focus is on the league and then trying to bring a LAN your way in 2025, which discussions are underway for, which is all I can say. And for League One season, you asking? Okay, yeah, you're just going back and forth. Podge, thank you very much for giving them the information. So Podge, yes, you're correct. 38 teams. 38 teams is how many teams that are currently in at the moment. And what we hope to do for future divisions, because again, we've always said here that we're going to be, because I'm talking serious again, we're going to just tame this a little bit. Let's put it back down. We were gonna the original plan was that we would have about like a max 24 teams, right? We smashed through that. I did not expect that. We were like, even when I started the goal of 24 teams, you have people saying 24 teams, that's you know, hitting and hoping, and we smashed through that. And we always said that we'd be transparent with people in regards to our operations, how we go about things, where we learn and improve, because for a lot of this, it's our first time as well, right? I mean, I have casting experience with WXC, CCL, challengers with Clutch, you know, worked under AliCat, I hold Shift as well. You know, I've seen how some of those things have run, and I've tried to incorporate that into what we do here. But, you know, we'll always be transparent about things that we do differently. And looking at the way it's playing out already, like what we will do in future, even if we had this exact amount of people, we will create more divs to try and account for skill gaps better. What we're currently thinking is that if we can hit 48 teams in season 2, that we would do 4 divs. 4 divs of 12 would be the way that we would do it, sort of to be within the original format that we would have had with the 24 teams is what we're thinking. The hair's, oh, thank you. You like the hair. I need to bring it back now. Say, we're on a minute delay, folks, so I apologize for that. Very few places big enough to hold a LAN here, so excited to see what you come up with. We have something. There's a couple of places that are big enough, but we're not running something completely independent for year one. That's all I'm going to say about it. There might be an opportunity to, but we're not pursuing it at the moment because we really want to put our focuses on getting something else done right. And it's at a place where there's definite room if discussions go well. That's all I'll say on it. Some people know probably already, but I don't want to discuss too much of it publicly because we still need to have a lot of discussions on our end to make it work, and we hope we can make it work because we think it's something you'll all really, really like. Now, bring back the hair. Oh, they liked the hair. All right, fine. God. Well, we'll bring back the hair. This is what happens when you put hair clay into really weak hair. It just sort of sticks to you. Yeah, we're going for the... Would it be too Irish of me to say I'm going for the Jedward? Is that a bit... Is that a bit too on the nose? No, we're going for the Jimmy Neutron Boy Genius, okay? Folks, if any of you are just tuning into the stream, I swear to God, it's not what it looks like. Just kidding, it's exactly what it looks like. But folks, they've given me the code to the lobby, which means we're almost ready to get in, which means we're going to continue with things, but I can assure you of one thing, this hair is absolutely going nowhere. Now, bring back the hair. It's been done now so good, I won't lie, it's been done so well. Oh, thank you. I really do appreciate that. I hope people are enjoying what we're doing, and like, it is going really well, better than I could have imagined, and I just hope we can continue that as my hair begins to fall down. Let's hope that's not a representation for the COD Ireland brand. It's going to stay firm. There we go. Firm. Never mind. It's flaky. It's all flaky. But folks, without further ado, made this into my hair. Very professional broadcast we've going here. But folks, thank you all very much for sitting and waiting as we try to get this one underway. We're going to be going for our big Quins. How you doing, my friend? Hope you are doing well. Sorry that I can't do too much more talking in terms of the interaction with the chat, because we are getting ready to go and we're going to get this game sorted. Flux Esports, Lucan Lions. We've a variety of maps to play in this one. So let me show you what we are in for this evening. Map number 1, we are heading to a cheeky little Rewind hardpoint. First time we have seen Rewind this evening, and it'll be very interesting to see how these two teams compare to each other, going up against each other on a map such as this. I haven't actually seen much hardpoint on this map at all. I've played a little bit of it myself in rank play, haven't seen much of it, so I'm very curious to see how these teams go while playing it. I know spawns are important for a couple of those points. You know, you really want to be getting in and controlling the spawns well, but it's very hard to get a through line to get around for spawns. It's one of those maps where it's a bit thinner, so you can be really punished. And then map number 2, folks, we will be going on to a Skyline Search and Destroy. Skyline Search and Destroy, a bit of a fan favorite. Skyline in general, a fan favorite map, and you know, I think one of those maps that, you know, both of these teams will be happy that they've gotten. You know, I don't think this is a map where a team's going to go, oh no, we have a Skyline. It's one of those maps where if you want to survive in this year's COD, you're going to have to be good at it. You don't have a choice. So get in, get learning, get good, and then get even better. And then moving on to map number 3, we will find ourselves back in Vault, a place where we've so far in COD Ireland really seen ourselves going to quite a bit. But this time, it's our first time seeing it in a series on map number 3 and in Control. Not the first time on a map 3, but it's just showing up for the first time in the series in a map 3. And I'll be curious to see how these teams play on this map after the first 2 maps. I think very much the team that's confident after their maps 1 and 2 will come into map 3 meaning business. And then of course, if we make it that far, we roll our way on to a map number 4 for a cheeky little protocol hardpoint. And Protocol Hardpoint, I feel like it's an AR's dream, but a sub can get in and crush those dreams if they can play it right. The low is your bread and butter, and then it's the height that is all for the ARs. Who's going to control those headies the best? Who's going to be able to maneuver around the map the best? And if we get this far, is the pressure going to be ramping up for all of these teams where they're really going to struggle to see how they go about the rest of the series? And then if we go all the way, folks, we're back to where we began in Rewind, but for a search and destroy. And this map on a search and destroy, we've seen how it plays before. It's very thin. It relies on ARs. It relies on subs. It's the most generic commentary you'll ever hear in your life, but it's true. Can the subs get in and hold their angles quickly? Can the ARs get into power position and lock down those lanes? and every kill counts in the search and destroy, and even more so on a map 5. So we get to this point, it's all or nothing for these teams. And folks, that is your map selection for the final game of the evening. Rewind Skyline, Vault Protocol, and back to Rewind. Flux Esports versus Lucan Lions will be getting ready to kick off in just a couple of moments, folks, so make sure not to go anywhere, as we will be bringing you the first map in just a few moments. Ladies and gentlemen, map number 1, very close to getting started. We had a couple of scan and repair issues which are being corrected quickly. Absolute legends, folks. I seen we hit 120 viewers there at some point. We're currently sitting at 106. Never in my days would I have thought COD Ireland would see numbers just like this, so massively appreciate it. And I'm gonna say it out real quick. First of all, Jedward, the hype, appreciate it. You love Jedward, national treasure. I respect it. And COD Ireland graphics over CDL, you guys are insane. At Daniel Stay, or whatever, how you pronounce his last name, at the CDL, let them know what we're doing. Please don't, they'll probably send us a cease and desist, but hey, you didn't hear that from me. And hey Zep, can we get a shout out for the Peaked and Ghost boys who are 2-0 and 6-0 map count? Well, shout out to them, doing incredibly well in their division, as a good few teams are. And you know, the way these divisions are shaping up is making me really excited for what we could be seeing when it gets down to the playoffs, because don't get me wrong, there's some skill disparity across the divisions as well. We're aware of that, right? We're not stupid. We've seen that was happening. But in saying that, some of these teams are looking like they're going to be really juicy when they get up against each other in those playoffs, which will be happening in early January. Good time to mention the calendar of this, because we have more teams. We're not going to try and get the whole thing done before Christmas. We're going to give you guys the opportunity to get the group stage done by Christmas, and then we will have a break and roll back in the first week of January for the playoffs. So for teams who are wondering what the actual deadline was to get all their group stage games completed, it is the 22nd of December. So throw that in your calendars now, folks. For those of you who are playing, that's the time you have. Come on, Luke, and I've got a fiver on yours. Oh, they're betting. They're betting. They're actually betting on each other. You love to see it. The passion. But folks, I do think we're nearly ready to go. Again, we've been having more issues, I think, on the side of these teams, but I'm nearly certain that we're very nearly ready to go. If not completely ready, as a matter of fact. We will see if we get loaded in to this map number 1. All the players are in the lobby. Rewind hardpoint has been selected. Just gotta wait for that go button to be hit. But folks, the followers coming in is crazy. 115 on the viewers. Give me 115. We got COD number on the viewers. Spam it. 115 in chat. COD numbers. Bring me 115. That's Kino der Toten right there. And then 345 on the followers. That is insane. 345 on the followers. We're going up by what? 60, 70, 80 followers this stream. Absolutely smashing it, folks. And speaking of smashing it, are we going to see a team potentially smash their opposition on these maps? We will soon find out. Who is your money on, folks? Once again, let me know in the chat right now. Is it Flux Esports coming away with this win, or Lucan Lions? You guys might know better than I would, so make sure to let me know in the chat. And remember, if you want to catch this VOD after the fact, it will be here, but it'll also be going up onto YouTube, where you can catch it in higher quality. And make sure to go over to subscribe to our YouTube channel as well. COD Ireland again is the name of it, and our links can be found in places. I'm sure you can find them. Maybe it's pinned, I don't know. I think no, the Discord's pinned. You can find the links in the Discord. So if you want to have a look at all of that, it is all there. And followers flying in. Irish Wolf Labs, Stu, Burmo, Ben, Millsy, there's so many. I'm losing count, folks. Thank you all so much. My god, it makes me wish that we were affiliated so we could have subs on. But remember, if you want to donate, if you want to help out COD Ireland, link down below to our donation. And ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to say that we are just about ready to get into map number 1. 126 of you currently watching, getting ready for what we're about to bring you. But folks, I hate to say it. Oh, maybe I'm wrong. No, maybe I'm wrong. I think I was wrong. I thought I'd frozen. I didn't freeze. Or did I freeze? What has happened here? We might be in a little bit of a bug, folks. Bear with. Bear with. I did hype this up. I think we've bugged. I'm going to take us back to the map mode screen. I believe the lobby has indeed crashed. Yes, it has, folks. Oh, the hype. We were so close. So close to getting this one started. Oh, so close yet so far. We're actually in. I could see it. It was within touching distance, and then it was taken away from us. But don't worry, they're getting the lobby set up again quickly, so there will be no dilly-dallying. We're going to get right back into this one, and it gives us a bit more time. People have been putting in the chat who they think will win. If there's an admin here and you know how to do it, because I sure as hell forget how to do it myself, make a poll. If you can make a poll in the chat, who you think's going to come away with this map number 1. Rewind. Hardpoint. Is it Lucan Lions or Flux Esports? See if you can get a little poll going to do that. And I don't even know if you can spend, because I'm not affiliated, I don't know if you can spend points on Discord. It would have been amazing if you could spend spend points on here. It would have been amazing if guys could spend points betting the points on who they think is going to come out on top. But folks, the amount of viewers I'm seeing in here, absolutely crazy. Y'all are smashing it. Meanwhile, we have Big Murphy, who's struggling to give us the lobby code, but eventually gets it typed in right. It is a challenge, Murphy, don't worry, I can see that, but it won't even let me paste the lobby code in now. Has the game just decided to be awkward at the key moment? Perhaps, but we're getting joined in. We're here. Okay. Everyone's in except one, which I will take is better than nothing. I'll get myself into the codcaster. We're waiting on just one more player and we can get this one going. Yeah, COD servers have been messed up since yesterday. Yeah, COD servers, am I right? Just kidding. I love COD servers. If anyone at Activision is tuning in, I want you to know how much I love you and how much I love casting, and I love your game, and I love the maps, and I love the guns, and you smell great. Like, I just gotta say, you smell amazing. And if you ever want to hire someone with a little thick Irish accent, just a young little humble Irish boy with a dream, you know where to find me. But ladies and gents, so many people in watching. We were so close getting ready to go. And now we are waiting to get this one underway. Still waiting on that last player. I will see to getting that sorted. I'll be back in the mic in just 60 seconds, folks. Don't go anywhere. Folks, I did say it'd be only 60 seconds, and it probably was less than 60 seconds really, so pat on the back there for me. But I want to go through some of the chats, because folks, you've been popping off in this chat at the moment. I don't want to be ignoring you guys while we wait for these players to get in. Let me take a look at the chats right here, right now. I'm getting friend requests on Discord. Love to see it, but folks, let's have a look at the chat. I say let's, it's me that needs to look at a chat. It's not like yous are ignoring it, you're typing in the chat. Zephyr, you want to get a second caster? I did respond to that maybe in future. So the way that I have this set up at the moment, it's very difficult to monitor. I'm doing the production, I'm doing the casting, I'm doing the observing. So to monitor to make sure that another caster can see everything fine is a huge undertaking for me, where I wouldn't feel confident yet in doing it, but I'd like to get another caster in future. And yes, I did say I love the maps. I'm fully committed to this. Watching from work at Belfast, hope it's going good. Thank you very much, Jake, and I'll tell you why it's going good, why it's going absolutely great, because we are once again rolling into map number 1, finding ourselves in a rewind hardpoint. This time I can actually see the players. It's looking hopeful that we're going to be able to get this one underway, so best of luck to both of these teams. Map number 1 should be epic. Who's gonna come out on top? Let us know. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. On board with Ben W, the other Ben W on the side of Flux. Pushing out aggressively. Trying to get that first pick, it doesn't happen. But now Doddy takes out one. S7 returns the favor, or it's Ben, sorry, return the favor. That's the side that's bugged this time. Ben popping off with a huge 3, and this feed being painted red by Flux, who are very quickly finding themselves in control of P number 1, and Ben is just slinking his way through like it's no man's business, but gets caught by Dale in the end with a unfortunate little auto mantle situation. Dale trying to break through, and Luke and Lyons now back on the point as Dottie holding up and trying to get some of this time back. But once again, it's Ben going in. Ben has absolutely been tearing up on this first point. 7 kills on the board already as they look to push into this P2. But you look around the back, it is, I believe, Murphy holding the bins. Flux have the spawns. But you look at your map as well, they are coming round the back. Big gunfight coming in for Cronin, and he wins it. And he is holding up. And now he does have the assistance, or did, of his teammate who's now gone down. But Cronin can still do damage. Burst the door. Gonna try and peek in. But does he pick up this kill? He doesn't. Ben with the kill before getting traded out. The pinch trying to come in. And Luke and Lyons, they are picking up kills where they can. But it is Flux Esports who are picking up the time and getting the kills where it matters. And those KDs 9 and 2, 8 and 3, but a 4 down. Cronin with the double Semtex. And now Lucan Lions can hold a little bit of that scrap and are rotated for this next point, but are going to get pushed out quick. Got Lenzo holding, you've got S7 who's up high, Dale's in trouble. Dale's on his own, the Semtex in, he's been pushed out of his cover. I'm surprised he's even stayed up this long, but his left, he is in trouble and he gets taken out. And now on board of Ben, who's made it 11 and 3, slaying out here. Can't be stopped. Again, Concaster, for those of you who don't know, folks, is a little broken at the moment, so ignore your feed. If it tells you S7's getting the kills, it's Ben W. If it tells you Ben, it's probably Lenzo, so on, so forth. You get the drift. You can't trust the gist, should I say. You can't trust anything you see. I might not even be real. You might not even be watching COD. You could be stood outside the McDonald's bins. Someone see a doctor. As Ben W. continuing trying to slay out here. Has the AR in hand, picking up another. It's Lucan on the time though, as they've gotten spawns and they've got them for new. But again, you take a look at your map, you look at those rotations coming in. It is Lenzo in courtyard now, trying to make his way around the back. And has baited out his position. But still, might be able to get through here. But a very unfortunate timing means Dale gets that kill. But S7 coming in. Gonna try and pick up another here. He's got the pistol out for one. Flux now have these spawns. They've broken in really well, but Lucan Lions are holding on here. And less than 10 points in it. As Jack's not had the best start, but now doing a good job in anchoring. Lucan Lions have won the spawns back. And are going to be taking the lead here in this series after what was a very strong and aggressive start from Flux. It has now been matched. It has been counterbalanced. And if Lucan Lions can pick up the kills, then they could do some real damage. Because you do have Flux, apart from Murphy and Lenzo, really slaying out on the overall with Ben and S7. I suppose you've got two players on both sides, really, that if they pick up the numbers, we could see an entirely different shift here and make up. But you've got Ben now, kind of getting ready, has misread the spawns, but now she'll be able to get this push in. And again, Lucan are rotating incredibly well onto these points, with massive credit to them for that, as Ben getting pushed in, takes out one. And I'm really liking how Ben is playing here, popping off 21 and 9. Has not slowed down an inch. Neither team at 100 points yet, and he's already at 20 kills and was vital in securing Flux this hard point, and he's not stopping. Picking up another, gonna try and get round the back. The flank is on, he'll pick up two more. The killing spree of 6, 24 and 9. He's got the AR in hand as well. Can this man do no wrong? This is Ben's world, we're just living in it. But he gets taken out in the back eventually by Dottie. And one of the best runs I think we've seen all evening has come to an end, but still plenty of time to influence this game. 90 to 102 as we return to P1, and it is Lucan Lions on that point. Dale gonna try and hold on here. Eventually gets taken out by S7, but the trades are coming in, and both of these teams starting to trade really well off each other, as we're seeing that checkerboard kill feed more and more. But starting to be painted red a little bit here, as Flux are picking up some big kills, and we'll try to collapse onto this point. It is neck and neck, 5 points in it. Nothing to separate it, as Flux should be able to get back on the point here, or will they? I've misread that myself. It's Lucan Lions back on the point. They pick up the waves of kills. And now we'll be over to P2, as we will take a look at how they get into this point. You can see where they have to hold. You can see the push coming around from S7. Cronin's moved though. A bit of fortunate timing maybe, but maybe unfortunate. Jex with a big help. Now has Lenzo and Ben either side of them. The bins have been taken out. The spawns have been flipped. And it's now going to be the outer push from Lucan Lions. As we go on board with S7, a great push there from Flux to break into some crucial time, and this is neck and neck. I did just see in the chat, are nukes allowed? Well, we'll see. If Ben can get one, we might allow it. I reckon if anyone can get a nuke, they should be allowed to use it. As S7 tries to anchor, but eventually gets taken out. And big kills in from Lucan. Just when you think they're going to start to struggle, they pick up a massive wave of kills. And Lucan, I think, catching Flux Esports a little bit by surprise here in this series, as they are, you know, not slaying out near as much as some of the players on Flux, but just when they're getting those kills, they're really just at the more opportune times to hold more of those points. And we have the raid coming in on stream as well. Apologies, I'm only shouting that out a minute late as we're on a minute delay, but appreciate you, my friend, for the raid. You've just joined in, ladies and gentlemen, to a super duper intense series of the COD Ireland League, the final game of the night, Flux Esports versus Lucan Lions. It is a best of 5 series, and this is game number 1, where, as you can see, it is neck and neck. Dale in with the nade eventually decides to get blown up by the car. I'm sure that was a purposeful decision. As Ben W 35 and 17. Stop that. Borderline single-handedly getting his team in the lead here by just 1 point, which has been instantly wiped out as soon as I said that. Not that it takes a long time to wipe out 1 point, but Lucan Lions are just not giving up here. And, you know I say that from a point of where they've been in the lead. Surely you would say it's Flux not giving up, but Flux are the ones slaying. It's Lucan Lions who are just finding their way into this time so much, but they got a lot of time back in the way that they held this previous point. But, oh my god, look at these spawns. Lucan Lions just got absolutely blessed by the spawns. They pick up the kills and they get through. And folks, I'm going to want a little bit of a replay on that. If we're doing a match analysis at some point over on our YouTube, the COD Ireland YouTube, by the way, how did they get those spawns? A little bit of fortune there. Now Dale's holding angles. Doddy with a big 2 before getting taken out. And Dale's going to need to pick up this kill here, and he can't now. Ben with 2. Or Lenzo, should I say, with 2. Cronin with 1. And now onwards with Ben, who is 39 and 19. Who's going to need to be the driving force and breaking through here. That helps with 1, but doesn't really do much. Oh, hiccups coming through. The hype. That hiccup was about, it was like there was a hiccup that was going to turn into a voice crack there. That hurt. But I survived. Will Flux Esports be able to survive this next hill? Oh no, folks, I've literally got hiccups at the most inopportune moment. This is going to make for some really interesting casting. In my 3 to 4 years of casting, I have never gotten hiccups during a game. Pray for me, folks. Hashtag pray for Zep in chat. It's needed. But 210 to 163. Doddy on the point, 29 and 29. High engagements, to say the least. The kills being traded. It is Murphy trying to help with this break-in. Very little engagements with that AR. Will be looking to try and step it up at a vital moment here for his team, as Lucan Lions are just beginning to pull away with this map 1 here. It was neck and neck until P4, where a little bit of fortunate spawns and then good holding managed to get them in the lead. And Flux Esports have a lot to do to get broken in from here. They need to break in on this bit, or else they're practically done, as Dottie picked up another 2, but Ben W, or Lenzo and Ben W, picking up a nice 2. And now going to go on board with Ben, who picks up a massive 1 and is going to need to get the second, as has been the case so many times in this game. And he's not going to get it. What was a neck and neck game has turned into a dominant performance from Lucan Lions, who win map number 1, 250 to 163. And folks, in terms of a game number 1, it doesn't get much better than that. What a performance in both of these teams. But it is Lucan Lions coming away with a nice scoreline for them. I believe that was, and correct me if I'm wrong, it was 163 to 250, because I'm just entering the scores from my side in case I completely forgot. But 250 to 163, folks, this series is heating up already. Map number 1 out of the way, and it is Lucan Lions who come away with the victory there. Folks, we are in for a hell of a series, and it is just getting started. We're going to get prepped straight away for getting into map number 2. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be there. We'll be here in just a couple of minutes. Not even a couple of minutes. A few seconds. Folks, we ain't messing about here. We're making up for lost time because we are going straight into map number 2 with a Skyline search and destroy. The pace of that map 1 was frantic. Luke and Lion seemed to revel in it. But you did have players on the side of Flux Esports going really to town on those kills. Can they bring that to a slower pace game? We will see as we load into map 2. Best of luck to both of these teams. Luke and Lions versus Flux Esports heating up as we go into round 1 of this search and destroy. On board with Jex, who quickly gets taken out. Flux starting off this round with a great round, and that round was lightning if I have ever seen it. I had tabbed out to alter a graphic, and before I had pressed the tab out button, that round was done. Aggression matched with aggression this time in that round 1, favoring the side of Flux Esports. Again, I know it says Luke and Lions there, but pay no heed, folks. As I said, Callcaster will lie to you. It'll tell you you're beautiful. It'll buy you a drink. It'll make you feel special. But don't listen. It only wants one thing. It wants to lie to you. Now on board with S7. We're going to go on board with Ben as he's once again going aggressive with the bomb, but they know where he is. He shoots a little bit at his own teammate. Sure, why not? He's going to get around the corner and get that kill, though. But Dale eventually taking him out. Dale with a huge 2, making it a 2v2. The aggression still coming around the corner, though, as Murphy holding and picking up a huge kill. Lenzo with the bomb, I believe. The Callcaster has decided it doesn't want to let me switch to Lenzo, so we're going to trust that Lenzo's planting that bomb. Again, thank you very much, Callcaster. Appreciate you. But now it's Lenzo just holding up. Cronin has to go huge. How does he break in? They know where he is. They have the info. He's already been made weak. It's not looking good. He goes for the slide, but he is taken out quickly. And Flux Esports go 2-0 up on this map in what has been 2 quite strong rounds from them, to say the least. And Lenzo picking that one up. Again, Callcaster, stop lying to us. We know it's Flux. We know it's Flux. But their aggression is paying off for Flux at the moment. They are looking the stronger team on this map. But we've seen stranger things happen in terms of the tide flipping. So could we see that here? S7, huge 2. Or Ben, should I say. It would have been Ben, given how the Codcaster lies. And just like that, another lightning quick round where Cronin picks up 1, but they're going to chase him down. And folks, the aggression, Luke and Lions they're trying to match the aggression, and it's just not working for them here. As the push-up comes, they know directly where it is, and they push with no fear, get that kill, get the job done. And Flux Esports run the risk of making this one of the quickest search and destroys we've ever seen, because apart from round 2, each and every round has absolutely flown by. So they will need to figure out the game plan. As Cronin throwing the nades down. Flux seem eager to push out. Again, Ben is just itching with that bob. Wants to get right around that corner. The first blood coming in on Dottie. And now Luke and Lions are getting pinned back massively, all up to Jex. And Luke and Lions, in terms of the S&D, just can't seem to get a foot in on this one as one gets picked up. And then the trade instantly coming in. Again, you have a team that's really on point when it comes to playing together for the trades as well. And we're not seeing anything really from Lucan Lions here at the moment after them playing a really, really nice hard point. You begin to wonder maybe if that's just a map mode that suited them and we're beginning to see Flux come into their full form. Only time will tell, but for now, map 2... it seems very much like the ball is in their territory. And they push on. Murphy instantly taking out Jex as Flux are playing with just a level of confidence here. There's leagues above, and then the trades, they're just always there for each other. Lucan Lions once again left with one up almost instantly. But this time in a 2v1, which is manageable, but he needs to maybe try and get this bomb down. It picks up one. And take a look at this map, folks. You look at that split. They will age closer and closer together. As it is S7. Is it going to be timing? Completely missing each other on the cross, but getting closer and closer. It is looking like that bomb could end up going down A. But he is tentative. S7 has not gotten the spot here at all. Neither of them have a clue. But that bomb is now going to go down on A. And he's gotten the spot, gotten the kill. Slightly unfortunate there. But a 1v1 just has a look, has the look of the COD gods playing in the favour of either war this time in the side of Flux, who are maybe undeserving of it. Granted, they're slaying out, but if any side needed a little bit of luck to claw around back, it would have been Lucan. And now Flux 1 round away from a swift 6-0 and evening this series up at 1 apiece. And one thing you can even say for certain, this isn't even over yet. But you'd say Lucan Lions, if they want to win this, they are going to try and win it before they have to take it to a map 5 S&D, because unless they just feel like they're gods at rewinds, they are not going to have a good time on that one, as Jex gets out with a life there. Something that they really have struggled to do all game was just getting out with a life after being peaked. But now the flank coming in, and again just this aggression. There's such confidence in the side of Flux, especially from S7. But the kills coming in, making it a 2v2. But Ben getting one, or Lenzo getting one, should I say. Now leaving it all up to Cronin, who's gone to the gym. Pumping weights and trying to pump bullets into the opposition, but not to be. And one of the quickest displays you will see as Flux come away with map number 2, 6-0, in an utterly dominant display. And folks, that has really made this series even more interesting. We go to the map mode screen now. And we take a look and we see Flux with a swift 6-0 on Search and Destroy, meaning this series is heating up even more. We will find ourselves in a protocol hardpoint, but don't go anywhere as we get ready to get loaded into map number 3. We'll be right back. Say it would only be a sex folk. I really do appreciate the fact that these guys are making up for the lost time, considering we were late in our start, because we are going straight in to map number 3, finding ourselves on a vault control. This series has been blown wide open. It's all in the air. Who will come out on top? Best of luck to both of these teams, as we are going to get right into this one. Here we go. Map number 3. On board with Dale. Getting the early peaks over towards B. Gets that kill on S7. A nice first blood for the side of Lucan Lions, who are going to be looking to continue to keep this up. Cronin with 1. And they've gotten a nice few kills, but they have been even back up. And a bit of unfortunate timing there means that Ben picks up that one. And I know it's very early, but Lucan Lions having very little control of the points themselves. Very much seem to be trying to play for that slaying, but Flux are answering back. And Doddy now on the point. There's Lenzo trying to peek in, but Dale and Doddy combining for a couple of nice kills. And they are sitting on this point well. A couple of kills ahead now, 2 stacked on. And Jex is trying to do a bit of damage here over at B. Ben with a nice nade, and that is a huge 3 kills, leaving it up to just Doddy here outside of A. In what looked like a position where that A was going to be finished and B was the next target. Got reset brilliantly by Flux so that A is only going to go down to 1 tick, and there was not much from that push, and a lot of lives have been sacrificed. 19 versus 22 now. Lenzo with 2. Lenzo and Murphy playing well. The clock running down from what started off as a good round from Lucan Lions. They are now looking to be in trouble as Flux are dominating this defense. Only 1 tick to the side of Lucan, who have been nullified on this offensive attempt. And just like that, round number 1 is nearly going to go the way. It's nearly there. 1.4 seconds left. Will it go that way? Or dare I say, are Lucan Lions going to get this one? I daren't. As Flux come away with round number 1. And Flux looking really good here. Maybe just took a little while to get warm in terms of how to play as a unit on that rewind hardpoint, but after that swift execution of a search and destroy and now a nice defensive round on control, are they in the driver's seat to take this series? They still have to win this one and then a protocol, but at least if they win this one, they will force Lucan Lions to, at worst, another search and destroy, which they have already proven is a mode that heavily favors them. So massive swing round here for Flux. They need to get that second round, that second map win under their belt to sort of guarantee safety, if you will. But Cronin now gonna try and push through. Big kill. Cronin and Doddy picking up a couple now. They've pushed out Flux really nicely here. Cronin still alive, still picking up kills off the teammates back a little bit, but still picking them up nonetheless. And he's kept his position, which Lenzo read really well. And Lenzo pushing up now. Lenzo with, or Murphy it would have been with 2. 24 v 22. Flux down on lives. Lucan are defending this really, really well. And massive credit to them for that. They are holding on. But we know with Flux, all it takes is 1 wave. But for all the discredit I was giving Lucan Lions in the previous round, Flux haven't even gotten a tick, which is Lucan Lions had by this point. But in saying that, Flux are now on that point. They are going to get ticks and they will be able to stack them quickly, and that's a big wave of kills does come in because they did get hurt on that last push. So Doddy's holding, picks up 1, Lenzo's in, and Lenzo's going for that capture. He turns, can he burn? He can't. Cronin picks it up, Jex with 2, and they're going to get that tick back down to 1 it seems. And 10 seconds left. The push has to be huge, and it is S7 trying to get in, but they're holding. And folks, once again, what looked like a moment where Flux were in the driver's seat, it's now round 2 gone. 1-1 each, and only 1 tick apiece. If I've counted the ticks correctly, which I believe I have. I may have miscounted though. Someone can remind me, I'm sure. But this series just will not fail to disappoint. The final series of the evening proving to be the series of the evening, to say the least, between these two high tier oppositions. And watching the chat pop off as well, I appreciate all of you. I'm seeing Zappy in, Podgen has been talking as well. We appreciate all of you coming in, showing support to the old Irish players, supporting the scene. We love to see it. As round number 3 gets underway, Dale trying to get pushed up, not getting that kill, putting some bullets in, not really doing any damage, and it seems like Luke and Lions are kind of reeling from their last offensive attempt, and they really want to make sure they get wipes in before they start committing to any of these points, because I think they've already proven in this game that even just a couple of ticks may be enough to guarantee a defensive round. We're not going to see any high scoring offensive rounds from these teams, I'd say, in the way that they're shaping up against each other, as Lenzo picked up a nice kill and still is alive, eventually taken out by Dottie. But Dottie trying to get pushed up, take it out. S7 Flux, again, they're controlling the area as well, but they're going to have to collapse it onto this A. But Murphy gets one, S7 gets another, and that's a great wipe off the A, not even a tick in place. And Lucan are struggling, 20v24, make that 19-18 ticking down as Flux decimate the feed and paint it red. Set now 17v23, 16. And folks, we've seen a couple of teams tonight who are going to be proving difficult in the Division 1. We've seen Billy is funding. We're seeing Flux Esports and Lucan Lions, who are definitely, I think, surprising the opposition and surprising here. And there's a couple other teams as well that we've seen, Belfast Storm and other teams I'm sure that we will see in Division 1. And one thing is for certain, you've got about 5 to 6 teams that are going to be able to take each other all the way, to say the least. But Lucan Lions have been making the progression over towards A. They get wiped out. They're surely not going to get back onto this point in time as Ben starts to clear out. But that is 2 more ticks for the side of Lucan, which is 1 more than Flux were able to manage. And in a game of such fine margins, if that could guarantee them the defensive rounds now, Lucan could be set to come away with this control. And these teams really proving to be, maybe, you know, you'd argue at the top of their game. You guys might see these players more than I do at times from seeing them in the scene. You might know what they're capable of, but in terms of the level that they're matching each other at here at the moment, you're definitely seeing a case of one team is preferring certain maps, one team is preferring certain modes, one team is preferring certain ways of playing certain modes. We're not seeing any all-roundedness come in yet to the gameplay, but again, testament to maybe how Black Ops 6 plays. Very much feels like a game that's reverting back to that kind of role structure in comparison to kind of a mishmash that we've seen in the last couple of years of CODs. So, you know, sometimes you just have to play a certain way and stick with it and then change the strategy. I think this game will be way more of a strategic, fast-paced game compared to what we've seen from the competitive CODs in the past. But one thing has to be said, Flux, they're having a good time on this offense, as I'm trying to even change to a Flux player, but the gods just won't let me. The CODcaster may be deciding I'm not allowed to again, but I get switched now to a Lucan Lions player. And Dale, through, picked up a kill. Only 1 tick gone a day. Again, was looking dangerous for a sec, but Lucan Lions cleaned up well. Again, they need to keep it under 2 ticks. Because even with the kills, I don't think they have enough. So if it does come down to kills, which, correct me if I'm wrong, I think that's what it goes to if the ticks are the same. I think Flux Esports will have the advantage there. So if Lucan want this, they need to hold on. 21v19, 40 seconds left. Plenty of time for Flux to orchestrate a couple of pushes. As you can see them setting up around the point. Again, it's an all focus on A now. They know that this is the one they have to go to. It's Route 1. And Flux have spawned over towards A as well. It'll be another crack at it at least. But now you do have Lenzo over at this B, and maybe he's just baiting, and I think the bait has worked. They're going to collapse in on A now to get another tick. This is huge. Cronin gets 1 though. Cronin gets 2 and Jex with 1. Lucan Lions have just saved that A point. That was huge. That was massive. Still time though. as the checkerboard kill feed comes in, but it is Luke and Lions who are still on top. But S7 in with one. Dale, he has to stay up. 10 seconds left. The cap is coming in. The push onto A. They're stacking. They're pushing out for the kills. The pre-nade coming in. Flux, they've got that second tick. They're going to get that third. And inches away from guaranteeing a defensive round. Now, I believe, if I'm doing the math correctly, again, I could be doing it wrong. I believe that Flux will get the next defensive round. That is if, I mean, if Luke and Lions can't hold on here, 50 seconds and an 8v9, Flux may take the control right here and now. Real unfortunate timing there, I think. But I think Ben W now is going to be able to spot him. He's picked him up now, 5v7. Folks, I was talking about it as if it was going to go to a round 5. It may not even here, as Flux at the death of this round have really pulled it back. But now a 5v5 and every kill matters, and Lenzo picking up a huge one there. In a strong position, advantageous position, but needs to play his life, and he does. He gets one but gets traded by Dottie. Now 3v4, he has to get this kill, but he doesn't. 2v3, the streak coming in, and it's a 1v3. Dale's in trouble. They know where he is. The nade's gone in. He picks up one. He surely gets traded out though, and that's that for the control. Flux Esports coming away with that one, 3-1. What a performance. What a map. It could have gone either way. And right at the death of the round, Flux switched it on. And instead of us being greeted with a round 5, we saw Flux finish it up there to go 2-1 up in this series. And put themselves in a very strong position to come away with the entire series, given how they've played in the Search and Destroy. We know that Luke and Lions will not want to be going back to that mode, but if they want to win it now, they have no choice. So ladies and gentlemen, this series has not disappointed from beginning till now, and let's see how it rolls on to the end. Map 4, potentially the last map of the evening, is coming up, and we won't be delaying on getting that one started, folks. So we will be back with that in just a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, map number 4 getting underway with haste, no wasted time, as both of these teams eager to pursue the victory. And this is going to be a banger, folks. A protocol hard point. Hard point went the way of Luke and Lions last time. They needed to go their way again, or else this series is done and dusted. The followers coming in the chat, over 120 of you watching. You all are legends, and get ready to watch potentially the final map of the evening. Here we go. Luke and Lions, Flux Esports. Straight away going into that mid, it's Lucan getting the early hold, but instantly taken off it by Ben. Dottie round the back. Picks up one. And the kills, the trades coming in left, right and center. But it is Flux who have the spawns. Dale with a massive, massive kill. Trying to get in round the back. He's got the pistol out. He's gonna get it. And Lucan are in the time. But it's S7 on the point. He gets taken out of it by Dale. Dale, who should be able to hold the scrap from this point onwards. You would think that was going to be the case. Not actually, but 13-5. As we begin our rotations over towards P2. It is Mixie over there. But it is Lenzo who has managed to stay up. And Dale Trying to get a peek, just trying to get an edge. Can I see someone's toe maybe? But he can't. He's going to go up the stairs with Dottie, where Ben is watching. And trying to get in here to this point. They're in, but they don't have the hold as Flux just collapsed through Ben with the 3. And Flux almost let them on the point a little bit, just like shooting fish in a barrel. Let them in, corralled them in, and sent them home on that point. As Flux seem to be set up to hold this scrap, even though they don't have the spawns. But I'll tell you what, right now for free, they have spawns for new, and so far they are controlling this map. But what did we say about the first hard point that we seen? It did look like Flux had control, and you had Ben absolutely slaying out, but you did see the tide shift, just not straight away. As Lenzo picks up 1. Trying to play his life here as Luke and Lyon's done a terrific job of breaking into that hill. And Murphy cooking the nades, throwing him out, knows where to watch. But Dale's gonna catch him out. And Dale playing his life, can't get the kill. And Flux playing each other's backs really, really well here, as that was a good push from Luke, and that's been dealt with very, very well from the side of Flux. Dale once again trying to get round, gets the side first, and then goes for the window and then doesn't go for low. An interesting play, probably a good one. It means Dottie can get through, get the stack. Will he get that 3? He will. To make it 32-68. They are behind, but they're having moments. He hasn't seen, obviously, because we have the X-ray. There's someone up the zip. Could they do damage? I believe it might have been. They might have got the damage done in the end up, but Cronin, as you can see now, has gotten through on the rotation. And 39-71. It is Luke and Lyon set up on one of the hardest points to break in the map. They could pull this back and get into the lead here on this point in a map that, for the most part, they haven't controlled. We'll see how they set up. As you can see, the push coming in here for Ben. Ben's through. You see the action. They're following in. It's Murphy with a huge kill, which he gets, but he gets traded out. And just like that, we see they're back out again. We get that camera view. Pretend we're the CCTV, alright? Your POV, your CCTV camera right now. Panning the chaos that is Protocol hardpoint. Lenzo with a huge kill. Flux are back in on that point. And now they're keeping this lead and getting ready to go back to P1. Massive kill from Lenzo, holding on. And Dottie didn't really know where to look there, but now does gonna chase Ben and S7, but picking up neither. But Dale gonna get 1. Dale can't get the second though. S7 on it there. Or Ben W, perhaps that might have been, who's now out wide. Just holding the helipad, but getting done from the back because the spawns did flip. Maybe a slight lack of communication there in that part, because they were playing for the spawn flip as well. But now it is Luke and Lyons picking up the majority of the kills here, but they're going to push out a little bit too much and flip the spawns the wrong way, which is exactly what they've done. And they haven't even played the point on that one. Very, very bizarre. The wave of kills and just pushing up just to put the spawns onto the wrong side. Maybe just trying to slay out a little bit more, as Dale is popping off, be fair, on a 4th streak, trying to make it 5, and he does. Maybe going to try and go for that Hellstorm. They're watching for the spawn push though. Will they get done? Dale still managing to play his life. Is going to go right through to the back, but hasn't checked to the left. We know there's someone back there. The glorious benefit of X-rays is Dottie on with 2. Dale taken out. Now up to Dottie on the point. Luke and Lyons slaying these last 30 seconds, looking to try and keep this going and pull it back. It is neck and neck, but it is Flux in the lead. Again though, a lot of this is ringing true in terms of what we've seen from the hard points already, what we've seen in that first one. But what will scare Luke and Lyons about that is that we've seen what happened in that map 2 as well, that search and destroy. If we get that far, Luke and Lyons, they need to change their ways big time. As Lenzo has rotated for this next point, Lucan have broken the previous point, and they were about to get themselves into the lead, but Flux with a 4 down, going to push on for that scrap. and keep themselves in the lead by, imagine, no more than 15 points by the time we flip to this P3. Again, we don't have full access to times here as the private matches are broken. Codcasters broken, private matches make them even more broken for competitive modes. It's an absolute treat to work with here, folks, as we are here 102 to 121 on map number 4 of the final series of the evening. Flux Esports versus Lucan Lions. It could have gone either way at any point, and we could still find ourselves in a map 5 as we are virtually neck in neck. This one has been intense, as I'm sure you would agree. Dale trying to break through. The pinch coming on, not happening. Flux holding on to the point, extending their lead. Now should surely have a 40-point lead by the time they get ready to go down onto the next point. And this is where it really starts to count. You need to be holding on to every single second. Every second counts. 30 points the difference. We are on the next point, but it is Flux that have it locked down. If Flux get a clean hold, it's probably game over for Lucan, but they're breaking in and breaking down the walls. Trophy in, and unfortunate timing means he dives right onto Murphy. But Murphy getting quickly traded out, and Flux have been very frantic with their break-ins of this point. It's been very one-on-one, one at a time. They've sort of sacrificed this point a little bit in the sense of how they've pushed in, maybe a little bit lax, but now they're going in as a unit, and this is where they could do damage. But Cronin with a big 2, SF with 1, but Dale with the trade, last one to take out, and they do. That's the 4 down, and Lucan Lions will be able to get themselves into the lead here, at least on this point. I believe for the first time this series, if I'm not mistaken. Holy moly. As Dale trying to rush through. Lenzo taking him out. And Lenzo back out mid, picking up another, or at least helping Ben pick up another, is Ben. That slaying roll, 30 kills as well. Could easily see himself get to another 40, or 240, not another 40, my god, but 240 before this game runs its course. And Lucan Lions are letting Flux get a lot of time on this point, but they did get the spawns to work the flank. Now they just need to make it count and get on the point. That nade in, is that going to be dangerous for Dottie? Dottie gets around, they turn, they read the spawns to perfection, Lucan Lions. To absolute perfection. And this is truly neck and neck, but the kills are just coming a little bit more for Flux. They are just keeping themselves enough in the lead, and this is becoming dangerous as Lucan, they do not have spawns. So what will come of this? We are reaching the end game, folks. S7 on the point, slaying out. Flux, have they found their rhythm? Over 20 points in the lead and extended, but spawns have flipped. It's a direct 2-2 split. They could collapse in here. As we take a look at Jex coming in from behind, he's going to catch S7 on the point, and a lifeline perhaps for Flux, or for Lucan. As the perfect 2-2 split spawn might give them a chance, but they are wiped off it again. As Flux get over the 200 point mark, and Dale can't get that kill. And Flux are defending well. They can't win it on this point, but they can make it not all but guaranteed, but they can have it within touching distance. It's going to be about 216, 220 to 171. And you look at the spawns as well. You look at what's happened at the back. Lucan have collapsed on the new point, and Flux are pushing out the kills. A huge wave of kills from Flux could mean this is it, folks. Ben W versus S7, that will probably be in the killing spree of 5, slaying out 171 to 232. And now just having to hold the back. It's more splits, but that's a huge kill S7 gets, but he's killed out quick, and Lucan on the time. And ladies and gentlemen, from here on in, if Lucan want to win, it's perfect hard point. They cannot make a single mistake. And already getting wiped out, already getting collapsed on. Ben W, S7 combining, And Ben W's hit that 40 bomb. They're pushing out to get that final wave. That's 3 gone. And ladies and gentlemen, a huge kill coming in, but it's not going to matter. Or will it? The time actually ended. Where's the rotation? Who's getting down there first? I thought it was done, but we don't have access to the time in my end of the codcaster. I thought it was done on that point, but it's going to be now. The team nade proving to be too much. And just like that, Flux Esports come away with a 250 to 186. And are the winners of your series in what has been one of the best series of the evening by a long shot. Oh my word, folks. What a game we just watched. What a series. That did not disappoint for being the final game of the evening. Ladies and gentlemen, you have seen it here. Week 1, Division 1, Group A. The winners 3-1 Flux. From what we've seen, it was an interesting hard point to say the least. A rewind where Lucan managed to pull ahead. Skyline, a decimation. Vault could have gone either way, but ended up being a 3-1, and then another hard point that virtually went all the way until Flux Esports locked it in a few crucial moments. What a series. What a game. And ladies and gentlemen, we have been witness to some phenomenal games this evening, and it has been an absolute pleasure to share them with you. We are going to be doing this broadcast every single week, every single Thursday of the group season. We are going to be doing this, which will be right up until the 22nd of December, and then we're going to come back and cover some of the playoffs for the first round or two, and then seek to cover each and every playoff, folks. With over 130 of you watching, where I believe we peaked at 150 at one point. One of the highest level streams I've ever been a part of. I need to give you some perspective on the numbers, folks. I've been part of the CCL, I've been part of the WXC, and these, which are like, you know yourselves as your COD fan, coveted things within the Call of Duty community, and we are genuinely up there with them, folks. 1 week in, nearly, in the COD Ireland League, Season 1, Week 1, and yous are smashing it. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you so much for watching. And I really do appreciate each and every one of you. Again, we are going to push for affiliate here, potentially even push for partner, although mind you, I don't think that we would stream enough. But thank you very much for coming in for that. And please do consider, because you can't subscribe yet on here, do consider the donation button down below, because we are trying to continue to build to bring you leagues, tournaments, and an in-person event, a LAN in 2025, which is in discussions. We have a lot of things coming up that I think you should be very excited for, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm really happy with everything here, how it's gone, and the support that you've shown. We are nearly at 1,000 members in the Discord. We're over 2,300 followers over on TikTok. I believe we've gone up 100 followers today on Twitch. Over 100 followers here today on Twitch, and this is again only our first week of the league being active, folks. We have a great season ahead, great game. Stay tuned as well over the next few days, where we will be posting on our Twitter and I'm sure other socials as well, the actual table, the full table update. We will have a graphic ready for that. That will probably go out on Sunday. And folks, just thanks a million. Thanks a million. The chat as well popping off. Well done to all of you for being in and sticking through all of that as well, watching the whole thing. I know some of you have been here from start to finish, and we really do appreciate that. The followers as well coming in, still absolutely rolling in. Makes me not want to end, folks, but we have no more games for the evening. We have no more games. But these are all legends, and we gotta say, folks, we have seen some cracking teams tonight, haven't we? We have seen teams who are going to prove to be really dangerous going into the rest of this season. We've so far seen Belfast Storm, we've seen Billy is Funding, we've seen Lucan Lions have what they could do in some places, we've seen Flux Esports. There's a couple of really dangerous teams in that Div 1, and Div 2 is no slouch either, and we're going to be covering more of those games when we can. We will cover them next week. We'll be back broadcasting next Thursday with more games, the slots most likely being 7:30, 9 o'clock, and 10:30. So if you're in the COD Ireland League and you want to feature on a stream that's racking in over 100 people, then make sure to get in contact and get your game sorted, and we will get that sorted then. So thank you very much. A LAN in 2025 in Ireland? Yes. We'll be trying to get something together. We were looking to get something together for probably about 8 teams. It'll be a smaller LAN. Between maybe 12, most likely 8. That's the format we're looking at the moment. So yeah, we'll give you any more details than that because there's a lot to be discussed, but talks are moving along nicely. And remember, folks, as well, we're going to throw it out there as people are trickling away. I want to say before we're done that we are as well looking for sponsors for this COD Ireland League. We want to get it sponsored, so we have a lot of ways that we can promote for sponsors. So if anyone is interested in sponsoring, I know someone that'll be interested in sponsoring something like this, do get them to get in contact. We would love to help build this out more by having things like sponsors involved. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you all very much for watching. I appreciate you, and we will see you in the next one next Thursday. Until then, have a good week, folks. Peace.